sure everyone's Zoom is working properly. We do have a lot of folks here today, so bear with me as we work through this. I'll try and move through as quickly as I can so that we can begin. But let's go ahead, and I'm just gonna, as I call your name, if you could just confirm, if you do have a name on the screen, if you could confirm that name is correct. If you just have a first name, if you could just give me your full name, and then tell me who you're representing here today, whether you're the applicant, owner, neighboring property owner, or someone else connected to the project or from the community. So I will start with, it looks like Chief Mile STRS. And sir, I cannot hear you. So it looks like you may not be connected to audio. Or are you in Manley Burke's office?
Kristen Cara, he is here at Manley Burke.
Kristen
Okay.
Cara on the contract buyer.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Tim, if you wouldn't mind, could you just walk me through everyone that's in the room there with you?
Sure. Reshma Davlamudi, who is Chris's wife, and the two of them make up the applicant in this case. Beth Johnson is here from Cincinnati Preservation Association. Her attorney, Donnie Warner from Frost Brown, is here as well. And the architect, John Stoughton, is here.
Okay. Great. All right. Thanks, Tim. Moving on, I have someone under iPad 3 with a white hat on. Are you with us, sir?
Yep, that's me, Paul Ventura.
Okay, great, welcome. And Mr. Ventura, are you, in what capacity are you here today? Just as a member of the public?
Member of the community, yep.
Okay,
Yep.
Great, thanks, welcome. All right, I see we have Lynn Schwarber.
Yes, that's me. Yes, I'm with Comey and Shepherd Realtors, and I'm representing Chris and Reshma on the purchase.
Okay, great, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, and then we have a large group in it looks like a meeting facility of some sort. The name is Shane Williams. Will anyone be speaking out of that room?
Yes, there'll be a number of residents and representatives of Maddie's house.
Okay, great. Let's see. So as individuals are speaking in there, I'll have to have them, as they come up to the microphone, you'll need to state your name, and we'll have you sworn in at that time. All right, I see we have a Leslie. Leslie's 17.
Yes, Leslie Usman, and member of the community.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
We have Dwayne Bates.
Yes, the community.
Okay, great, welcome. I have a TJB.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tajia Blake. I'm the founder of the Cherie Costa Foundation, and I'm here in support of Maddie's house.
Okay, thank you, welcome. Bob Finley. If you could unmute for us, Bob.
Yep. I'm here as a neighbor.
Okay, great. Welcome. Belle Walsh.
I'm a Mount Airy resident.
Okay. Welcome. Cassandra Walsh.
Mount Airy resident.
Welcome. Tony Ravagnani.
Pretty close.
Ravagnani.
Ravagnani. I'm with TRA Design, and I'm here on behalf of Maddie's house as well.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you.
I have someone under Tammy.
Hi, Tammy Ventura, board member of Maddie's house.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you.
We have Emily A. House here with us. She is from the planning department and the zoning administrator. Welcome, Emily.
Morning.
Mary Pat Finley. Get on mute for us, Ms. Finley.
Yes, sorry. Hi, I am Mary Pat Finley, Trom Finley, and I am a very concerned neighbor.
Okay, great. Welcome. All right, we have someone under Laura.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
My name's Laura Curry. I'm on the board for Maddie's house.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank
So
you.
we also have Kate Meehan here from the planning department. Welcome, Kate.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right, we have several people without their cameras turned on. I'll just see if these folks are going to want to participate. I have Chelsea's iPhone. Chelsea's iPhone, are you with us?
Yes, hello, my name is Chelsea Raleigh. I'm a Maddie's House board member.
Okay. And Ms. Raleigh, are you going to be participating in the hearing today via any testimony or comment?
I will be here to listen mostly, and most of our words will be communicated through Maddie's House when on site.
Great, thank you. All right, Peppermint Patty, are you with us?
Yes, Patty Collins. I'm a board member of Maddie's House.
Okay. And I'll ask you the same thing as I did, Ms. Raleigh. Are you intending on providing any comment or testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, I'll need you to activate your camera.
Yes, sir.
Just so you're aware. Okay, and then I think the last person to check in here is Chris or Kit Houston.
Yes, Kit Houston, Council, Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister for Maddie's House, Inc.
Okay, great. Welcome. And so, Mr. Houston, so you're representing Maddie's House. And so will you be calling all of the Maddie's House board members or the folks that said they were here on behalf of Maddie's House as a part of your list of witnesses and clients?
No, sir. We intend to call 2 witnesses, and then various community members and potentially people affiliated with Maddie's House will speak on their own, but we will only be calling 2 witnesses.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay, I think we have everyone checked in here, so let's go ahead and get started. I need to read through the hearing script. This is just going to cover the procedure for the hearing, and then we will begin. So this is the October 21st, 2025 session of the Zoning Hearing Examiner docket. Again, my name is David Sturkey. I'm the Zoning Hearing Examiner for the city. I will be presiding over the hearing today. The case before us is case number ZHUV250010. The address is 2366 Kipling Avenue. The purpose of this hearing is to allow applicants and any other parties to testify and to offer and refute evidence and testimony. This hearing will follow the rules found in the zoning code and the supplemental rules of the Zoning Hearing Examiner. All testimony and evidence that an applicant or any other party wishes to offer must be presented at this hearing. Of course, any written correspondence that was submitted prior to this hearing will also be a part of the case record and considered before the decision is issued. The hearing will proceed as follows. The applicant, the applicant's attorney, or the applicant's agent will first present the applicant's case. So this will be the opportunity for Mr. Burke, the applicants, to tell us all about the project, what exactly it is they're proposing to do, any background they believe is important, and then the zoning relief that they're requesting, and of course, why they believe that zoning relief is appropriate. Mr. Burke, as you know from prior hearings, I'm pretty liberal about how you want to orient that presentation. So it's really up to you who you want to call and how you want to do that. But that's generally the what I'll hear from applicants during that time. I will then move on to the public. Anyone from the public who is not represented by an attorney here today will have an opportunity to speak after the applicant has presented its case. We do have a number of members from the public here today that I believe would like an opportunity to talk about this and comment about this application. And so I am going to try to limit the amount of time each person from the public has. I'm going to set a 5-minute time limit on that. By no means do you have to use all 5 minutes, particularly if you've submitted written correspondence. Those are things that I review carefully before making decisions on this, and I've reviewed a lot of them. So I'll just say, I am going to keep you to 5 minutes, but you do not have to use all of that time. If the applicant is represented by an attorney, which in this case they are, the applicant's attorney may cross-examine any person who testifies at this hearing. If a party of record is represented by an attorney, the attorney for the party of record may present witnesses after the applicant has presented its case and may cross-examine any person who has testified at this hearing. I will allow the planning department to provide some testimony if they would like. They have submitted a staff report in regards to this application. If they would like to add anything else, I will allow them to do that. Government officials are, however, not subject to cross-examination. In the event that any party testifies or offers argument in opposition to this application, which has already been done in writing. So, Mr. Burke, you'll have an opportunity to rebut that testimony or argument offered in opposition at that time. After the applicant has been given an opportunity to rebut any testimony or argument that was offered in opposition, any attorney for a party of record, in this case, that'll be Mr. Houston, will have an opportunity to make a closing statement. And then finally, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a closing statement. After all presentations have been made, I will close the hearing. Decisions may be expected within 2 weeks. I may limit or exclude any testimony that I deem irrelevant or outside the scope of the application being considered. I may interrupt any speaker to ask questions or make any comments. In the event of any technical difficulties with the Zoom technology, I'll do my best to troubleshoot those issues as we go. If there is some defect that prevents us from me fully going forward with this hearing, I may continue or postpone the hearing at my discretion. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead here. The last thing I need to do is just swear in all of our witnesses. So let's see. If we could unmute, the large room. I believe that Mr. Raleigh is there. If everyone in that room that wishes to provide some comment on this application could please stand. And I'm going to ask everyone else who is on their own screens individually, if you could also take yourselves off of mute at this time. I want everyone who's going to provide testimony in this case or provide any comment at all who is not an attorney to please raise their right hand, and I'll need everyone to answer out loud. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I
Mr.
do.
Bates, were you sworn? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone. Okay. We are going to go ahead and get started. Mr. Burke, are you ready to proceed?
I am.
Okay, great. The floor is yours.
We're going to present 4 witnesses and we'll begin immediately with Reshma to testify first. Reshma, would you please state your name and explain your role in this project?
My name is Reshma Wadlamudi, and we are the contracted buyers and applicants.
And you have been sworn in.
Yes,
And you have provided a PowerPoint to Project Docs that explains the project. Is everything that's stated in that PowerPoint true and accurate?
yes,
And did you use that PowerPoint recently to present to a community meeting?
yes.
And can you briefly summarize that PowerPoint and describe the project?
Okay. We are taking the historic Crossley estate and giving it a new life as a wellness boutique hotel called the Crossley Hotel. Our goal is to preserve its legacy while making it relevant for today. A place where one can slow down, recharge, and be part of something lasting. The proposed project will have accommodations, 32 rooms with a coffee shop, a restaurant with a bar, wellness spa, event center, and lakeside cabins. A boutique hotel is a preservation model that sustains itself because it generates revenue for long-term maintenance. And the community and economic benefits include there will be about 20 to 40 construction jobs during the restoration phase. And once the project is done and operations are open, there will be 30 to 50 permanent hospitality roles. And it's a ripple effect causing up to 2.5 times the roles within Cincinnati's economy.
And can you briefly describe the project outreach that you and your husband have engaged in with the community?
Yes, okay. So once we have our plans ready, we went and met with Mount Airy Town Council, and we also met with Mount Airy Cure, which is their urban redevelopment program. And we went to the north side, North College Hill, and we also submitted plans to the College Hill community. And we actually hosted community conversations, and we submitted our plans to the neighbors the day we submitted it to the city. And we did give out flyers mentioning this is what is coming up in the neighborhood for about 70 people.
And both Mount Airy Town Council and Mount Airy Cure provided written letters of support that are posted on Project Docs. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
You and your husband are partnering in this project?
yes, we are.
Can you describe, let's let that go. All right, we'll move on then to our second witness.
Okay.
At the order you want us to go in? That is, you don't want to do cross at this point.
Why don't we finish your presentation with everyone in the room, and then I'll give Mr. Houston an opportunity to do cross-examination after that of any of the witnesses that have testified. Mr. Houston, does that sound acceptable to you?
Yeah, we're fine with that.
Okay.
Chris Sankara is our second witness. Chris, just for the record, would you state your name?
Chris Sankara.
And confirm that you have been sworn?
Yes.
And you are Reshma's husband?
Yes.
And can you describe your role in this project?
I'm a real estate investor, and I help Reshma with underwriting and investment in the real estate project and operation settings.
And in what you've posted on Project Docs are deed documents, including describing the current ownership of the property that includes certain easements and covenants?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, are those documents true and accurate?
Yes.
Do you recognize that those require Cincinnati Preservation through its Crosley Holdings LLC to include historic preservation easements and covenants in the deed to you when you close on the property?
Yes.
And it's your intention to comply with those restrictions and easements?
Absolutely.
You've also filed on Project Docs a series of photos of the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate photos of the property?
Yes.
Project Docs is also a copy of the Articles of Incorporation and the operating agreements for Crosley Hotel LLC. Are those documents true and accurate copies of what you have prepared and filed where appropriate?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the staff report prepared by Kate Meehan, the zoning plans examiner?
I did.
Is what's stated in her report a true and accurate description of your project?
Yes.
And are you prepared to comply with the conditions that she has recommended being imposed on the project?
Yes.
Are you and your wife in Crosley Hotels? No, I've already asked that. We've also included on Project Docs the coordinated site review. Can you explain what the coordinated site review is?
When we had the original plan with our architect, we submitted for a coordinated site review for every department of the city to look at the plans, review them, and give us comments or anything that they would like to do us right away, any concerns they have. That is a part of the coordinated site review that involved everybody in the city department, and that's what we did.
Are you prepared to comply with all of the recommendations that were contained in the coordinated site review?
Yes.
I have no other questions at this point.
Thank you.
You and Beth switch seats. Beth, would you please state your name
Beth Johnson?
and confirm that you've been sworn in?
Yes.
And what is your position?
I am Executive Director of Cincinnati Preservation, who is the current sole member of Crosley Holdings LLC, who is the owner of this property.
And can you describe your background in historic preservation and the use and enforcement of historic easements?
Yes, I have been a historic preservation professional for over 20 years. I have been running Cincinnati Preservation for 3.5 years. We have over 90 easements in the greater Cincinnati region, which we monitor, enforce, basically walk alongside the owners as they have preservation projects to make sure that the projects that they are doing are using preservation best practices and following the Secretary of the Interior standards.
And you just had the opportunity to enforce a historic easement against the Ohio Department of Transportation, didn't you?
I did. We have an easement with the Longworth Hall, and had to enforce an easement in regards to demolishing a portion of the building.
And can you explain why Cincinnati Preservation has made the decision to put the Crosley estate on the market?
Yes. So we've owned the property since 2011. Through our strategic plan, we discussed whether continuing to own property was in our best interest, and what the board had decided to do was to evaluate all of our different options. The current tenant's lease was expiring in October 31st of 2025. We tried to enter into negotiations to extend their lease. We weren't able to get to an economically feasible lease agreement with them. The only lease that they were willing to enter into would continue to put our organization in the red in the operating of this estate. And so at that point, we decided that it was in our best interest to put the property on the market.
Just to be clear, can you describe who the current tenant is and what their role is?
Yeah. So the current tenant is Delightmore, and they are a wedding and event. They operate it as a wedding and event venue.
And what has been filed on project docs, among other things, is a 2024 report prepared by Nair Management.
Yes.
Can you describe what that is?
Yes, that is a property conditions report that we had Nair, who was our property manager, create. And what that is, it is looking at all of the major systems and mechanicals of the building, including some landscaping portions such as the bluestone walkway, and what it would take over the next 8 years to bring those up to actually better conditions than they are now, but to basically keep the venue operating as it has been as a wedding and event venue.
And what kind of expenses did Nair indicate you were going to incur over the next few years?
So just under $500,000.
And those are all documented in the report that's in Project Docs.
Yes.
And also on Project Docs is a profit and loss statement. Can you describe what that is?
And so there's a profit and loss statement of what is the profit and loss of Crosley Holdings LLC over the last 14 years. And what that profit and loss is showing is that it shows that we're in the black for about, I think, just under $50,000. However, there was a $300,000 grant in there. Without that grant, we would have been about $250,000 in the red on our profit and loss. And then it also shows the lease terms that the current tenant, the lease terms that they would have agreed to. And then a forecast of all of the costs that Nair had described in the property conditions report, and looking at kind of the forecast and what their lease would have, the income their lease would have brought, along with the expenses and showing that the property would continue to operate in the red.
Have you considered whether or not there were any other uses that could be made of the property under current zoning control, which would have allowed you to maintain the property as needed?
Yes, we evaluated all of the different uses. We had obtained a use variance for the event center before, where we had also evaluated all of those uses, and none of them would operate with economic feasibility.
And you assisted in the preparation of the application filed by Reshma and Chris?
Yes.
And in your assistance, did you review all of those uses and their potential impact?
Yes, we did. And some of them, such as things like single-family house, which it was originally used, or trying to subdivide the property, could potentially create economic feasibility, but that's against the intentions of the preservation easements that we would want to put on, and against the intention of preserving the estate as is.
And you did, as I recall, have some interest from one party about purchasing the entire property as a single-family home site.
We did.
And what happened to that?
There was too much that needed to go into the property to make it a feasible project.
And do you believe, based on your historic preservation experience, that conversion to a hotel can be successful?
It is a use that is very well documented as a compatible use for historic residential estates. Just in the Midwest, I was able to find 15 to 20 examples of estates that were transformed into boutique hotels, and across the United States, there's hundreds.
And can you explain why just a couple of years ago you did apply for a use variance on the property?
So as our board was looking at the possibility of selling it, we knew that the current zoning was operating as a cultural institution. However, part of being a cultural institution is that you have to be owned by such as an organization like us that's like a historic preservation or cultural nonprofit. And in looking forward to selling it, if the use that was currently there would want to continue, we would need a use variance. And so that is why we sought a use variance, to be able to continue how the property was currently being used.
And are the standards for the use variance that's applied for now the same as the standards were for the use variance that you obtained 2 years ago?
Yes.
And a copy of the approved use variance from 2 years ago is now included on project docs?
Yes.
Since Crossley Holdings acquired the property, can you describe what it's generally been used for as events?
So the most popular use has been weddings. For the property, we've calculated that over 14 years, there's probably been about 1,000 weddings at that property. They also do other types of events, such as parties and like Christmas parties and such, but it's primarily being used as a wedding venue.
And do the events held there frequently involve alcohol?
Yes.
Have there been any negative issues?
No.
With regard to that?
No.
And finally, currently, because of the event center, are real estate taxes paid on the property?
Yes.
Is it true that that's approximately $50,000 a year?
Yes.
If a nonprofit were to take over the site and not engage in commercial activity like that, what would happen to the property taxes?
They could apply for tax exempt status, and then the money from taxes would not have to be paid.
That's all I have at this point for Beth. I've reserved the right to call all of our witnesses back in rebuttal if necessary. John, you're up next. John, would you state your name, please, and confirm that you've been sworn in?
John Stoughton with Team B Architecture and Design. Yes, I've been sworn in.
And what's your role with regard to this project?
Yes, project architect. We've been helping Reshma and Chris plan out the renovations to this property.
And can you briefly describe what, if any, experience you have had in dealing with historic properties?
Yeah, absolutely. We specialize in adaptive reuse, like renovation of existing buildings. We're currently working on a 20,000 square foot state historic tax credit project. That's the renovation of an office for a nonprofit. Prior to that, we've done a handful of renovations in historic districts.
And have you reviewed the staff report written by Kate Meehan that's included in Project Docs?
Yes, I have.
Does it accurately describe the project and the approvals that are needed?
Yes, it does.
You've prepared a series of plats to describe the project, and I want to go through those. May we have permission to share those plats?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Great. Yeah.
Let me make sure. Can you see those now, Dave?
We can, yes.
Okay.
Is there anyone that cannot see that in the hearing? Okay. Go ahead, Tim.
Yes. So the first plat is the existing conditions of the property. So 2366 Kipling is about 19.9 acres. It has over 1,400 feet of frontage along Kipling. It features a primary structure, which is the historic estate we've been talking about. It also has a number of accessory buildings and a large pond on the property.
And to be clear, can you identify what's crosshatched in red?
Crosshatched in red is a neighboring property. That's Maddie's house. It is, it includes essentially a sliver of property to the north and east, which gives access to Kipling. It also includes a patio and a garage structure. There's also an event tent, which we've been talking about, the wedding events. That's proposed to be removed prior to the property transfer to the applicant.
Can you go to the next slide?
So we've organized the work into 3 phases. The first phase, the spirit of that phase is to get everything online and opened, just to get up and running. It includes the activation of the ground floor of the primary estate building for small group rental space for about 50 people. It also includes the first round of hotel units that are distributed across the site on the accessory buildings. And then we're also improving some vehicular and pedestrian connections, mostly from the parking back down to the estate building.
Does the first phase include any of the cabins that are proposed?
Yes, yes, it does. There's 2 included in the first round of hotel units. 2 cabins are proposed that you see to the east of the existing lake, along with an access drive.
There have been some sort of negative comments in the writings about mirrored cabins. Can you describe those?
The mirrored cabins, the intent behind them, or the...
And what is a mirrored cabin?
Sure. So the mirrored cabin is essentially a one-way reflective film that's placed on glass. It allows the cabin to be, for lack of a better word, camouflaged into its setting. From inside the cabin, you can see out, or from outside the cabin, it's reflective. So you're seeing the trees, nature reflected.
Is there anything else we need to comment on in phase 1?
Phase 1 is good, but I'll give a high level overview of phase 2 and phase 3 as well, which are the next 2 plats. So phase 2, the spirit of phase 2 is to we're providing a 75% increase in parking. And the spirit of phase two is to rebuild the event center. So the tent that we see on the site now will be gone, but we need to replace it with a event venue. That's going to basically be the same footprint as the current tent. And
what's the principal difference between the current tent and the event venue that's?
Sure, the event venue would be a permanent structure, and it would include everything necessary to host an event. So it would include required restroom facilities and a catering kitchen, all in the footprint of the building, as opposed to being out on site somewhere else or in the garage or other spaces site.
You also notice, quick question. Does the tent structure, is that letter F here on this?
That's correct.
On this site
yes.
map? Okay.
Yeah. So in this phase, we're proposing to construct a building that would be at the footprint of the current event tent. The event tent, as we see it today, if we were to all go out there on the site, would be removed prior to ownership.
Thanks. That's all I had.
Sure. Phase two, just the only other thing to note on phase two is we're proposing to add additional cabins during phase two. So phase one will have 2 cabins, phase 3 will have 8 cabins that will populate the wooded area to the east of the pond. Phase 3, we have essentially additional amenities for the hotel use. So phase 3, we are proposing a restaurant bar at a former greenhouse that was on the site. And that's kind of wedged between 2 existing accessory buildings. That is the Magenta Square you see just to the north of the estate. We are also proposing at this point, phase 3, to do the actual hotel renovation within the historic estate. We also have a maintenance shed that we're proposing to add to the cabin area. The only other plat that we've prepared is kind of a summary plat that shows all phased improvements kind of in one plat. And that would be the next plat after this.
Okay, could you go back to that last screen really quickly just to make sure I'm oriented properly here? So it looks like, I believe it's letter C, so like the northwestern building there. Thanks for the zoom. Letter C is the restaurant bar.
Yes.
Okay, and then A1 and A2 is the conversion. That's the estate and the conversion into the hotel.
That's correct.
Right, and then I on the east side there is going to be a shed, utility shed.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And any comments on the summary plat?
Well, this just shows all total proposed improvements. It's a summary of phases 1 through 3.
Let me ask a couple of questions about distances. What will the distance be from the mansion house to Maddie's house?
Yes, let me pull up the distances. So the distance from the main estate building to Maddie's house is 378 feet.
And the distance from the closest cabin to Maddie's house?
The closest cabin is the northernmost cabin that you see on the summary plat. That is 442 feet to Maddie's house.
And the distance from the restaurant to Maddie's house?
Yes, the restaurant indicated as letter C is 361 feet to Maddie's house.
Is my math correct that the distance from the restaurant to Maddie's house is only 17 feet less than the distance from the mansion house to Maddie's house?
That's correct, yeah.
No other questions for the architect at this point? And those are all of our witnesses. We've identified a number of documents that are in project docs, which we are relying on, obviously, for a lot of the facts and details.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Burke, for your presentation. We are going to move forward now. Well, I'm sorry. I was going to give Mr. Houston an opportunity now. If he has any questions for any of the witnesses who called, Mr. Houston, floor is yours.
Yeah, we have a few. If we could work maybe in reverse order, since is it Mr. Stoughton is already sitting next to Mr. Burke? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Can you explain to us why there are 3 phases in the development?
Yeah, absolutely. The first phase, well, the phased approach is really to get online and up and running as quick and easy as possible. So we know that this is a complex project with multiple layers to it, and the owners need cash flow. They need to be up and running. So the path of least resistance is to get some hotel units online first, before more complex renovations to the historic property go underway.
And those hotel units will not be the initial hotel units. Will they be within the historic building?
No.
Where will they be located?
This would be on the accessory building. So there's 3 existing accessory buildings, and then 2 proposed cabins as well. So the accessory buildings are existing structures that we would be also changing the use of those. There's, for instance, a garage, there's a potter's house, there's a storage building. Those all are going to be renovated into hotel units.
Any of these existing accessory structures, Jacobean style architecture?
The potter's, yeah, so all of the existing structures were built around the same era as the main house, and their original use was, let's say, in service to the main historic estate.
Any of the new accessory structures going to be Jacobean style architecture?
No, the new cabins would not be.
What about, I believe the restaurant, is that going to be a new structure or repurposed existing?
Yes. The restaurant would also be a new structure that would not be in the Jacobean style. No.
So it's fair to say that no new structures are going to be Jacobean style architecture?
Yes, that's fair. Absolutely.
The structures labeled G1 and G2 on the site plan, what can you explain to us what those are again?
Yeah, G1 and G2, are those the structures by the lake?
West side of lake.
Yes, absolutely. There's a outdoor storage shed planned that would house some kayaks, and a small dock that would also be accessed to allow users of the property to use the lake for outdoor recreation.
Will there be any site clearing of trees in conjunction with any of these phases?
Site clearing of trees would be necessary for selective site clearing of trees would be necessary for the cabin construction.
Do you know how many trees will be removed or need to be removed?
We don't have a specific quantity on that, no.
Could you offer a rough percentage?
I would be speculating. I'm not
speculating. So there's no clear indication. We have no clue how many trees are going to be removed for the cabins. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, the design intent here is to remove as few trees as possible. We need this to be a wooded area for the business strategy to work.
Will the cabins have porches?
They will have a small deck landing at the front door.
Which way will the front doors be facing?
The front doors would be facing the entry drive.
East, I believe.
East
to southeast.
East to southeast. That's fair.
Okay, no further questions for you. Thank you. And Ms. Johnson, I think would make sense maybe to do you next. Ms. Johnson, I believe you talked a fair amount about the current use of the property and what your organization went through as far as in the marketing of this property for sale. Are you familiar with Maddie's House, Inc.?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know what services they offer in their property?
yes,
Okay. And that property is next door to your property, correct?
yes.
Okay. Did Maddie's House make an offer to purchase the property during the marketing of the property?
They did.
Do you know how much that offer was?
It was 1.7 with an escalation up to 2 million.
And can you tell me why that offer was rejected?
Well, we actually made a counter that I don't believe was ever responded to. But then our board also did make the decision not to pursue and not to accept an offer from them. We were concerned with their ability to preserve the property properly.
What was the basis of your concerns?
The treatment that they had done to Maddie's house was not in preservation best practices, as well as the addition that they want to do is not an appropriate compatible design for their building. And then also the lack of history of being able to sustain the property, the fact that there would be upward of $250,000 of maintenance and upkeep every year, and the ability for a nonprofit to sustain that in perpetuity.
Have you ever seen the financial records of Maddie's House?
We did look at their 990s.
And for what years?
Everything that was posted. So I believe it's 2019 through 2022.
Okay. Are you familiar with their donor base?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me a few of their donors?
I know that they have La Rosa, but actually also on the 990, most of them were excluded. They did not have those listed. And so we depended on what they told us. And the only one that they had told us was that La Rosa was a donor.
So your knowledge about their donor base is limited from the documents you reviewed. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever attended any wedding events or other events held at the property?
Many.
How many of those, roughly?
Probably 2 dozen.
2 dozen? And I think you said there have been upwards of 1,000?
Yeah.
Okay. So roughly 24 of 1,000 you've attended?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it safe to say on those other 975, doing attorney math here, you don't have any actual knowledge about what occurred on those nights?
No.
Okay. No further questions for you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I believe I didn't catch the name of witness number 2. I believe he's one of the principals of the entity that's going to purchase the property.
Chris Sankara.
Can you say it again, Mr. Burke?
Chris Sankara, K-R-I-S, S-U-N-K-A-R-A.
K-R-I-S?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, do you know where Maddie's house is located?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us where that is, roughly in relation to the property at issue?
It would be north. It would be east.
And does Maddie's house, it shares a property line with the property at issue, is that correct?
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, Maddie's House Inc., it shares the structure that Maddie's House Inc. owns shares a property line with the property at issue, correct?
Yes.
It's adjacent is what I'm saying. It's adjacent property.
Yes.
Are you aware that there is an easement right for Maddie's House Inc. to use the current existing driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Do you intend to revoke that easement or otherwise modify the rights of Maddie's House to use that driveway if you purchase the property?
We never made a statement that we would intend to revoke the easement.
The question is, do you intend to revoke it?
we have no intention to revoke it as long as everything on the easement is followed.
Okay, what is on the easement that would need to be followed?
There's certain restrictions. I can read the easement. It's uploaded on project docs. I can read it. Crossley grants mercy and non-exclusive easement for vehicular ingress and egress over the existing drive on the Pinecroft tract from Kipling Road to Hess House, which is now Maddie's, located on the Mercy tract for the use by occupants of or visitors to the Hess House, as long as the Hess House is used for residential or historical purposes, with traffic not exceeding the generally existing as of the date of this agreement.
As we sit here today, and let's just say over the past year, do you think that has been violated by Maddie's House Inc.?
According to your brief submitted with the 1,800 visitors a month, I think it does.
And you said that, if I recall correctly, you said that if they were in violation of it, you would intend to revoke that, correct?
Yes, and because they have two other driveways, one driveway that's already existing that they can enter the property. Also another driveway that's part of their property, which is currently not, which is on the plot line, which we saw. Yes.
We'll get back to that, but I believe the first thing you said to me was as you sit here today, you do not intend to revoke their access, but now what I'm hearing is that you do intend to revoke it. Is that correct?
Objection.
I said, as long as they follow the easement.
Then you said they're not following it as of now, right? So you're currently not following. So if they continue as they're doing now, is it your intent to try to revoke their easement rights?
Not residential purposes.
Yes, as long as it does not follow the easement that was written.
Okay. And getting back to the other access points, you say that they have one. I believe one that you're referring to is the panhandle portion of their lot. Is that correct?
Which one are you referring to?
So the lot has a panhandle that runs to the east and then from east to south to the road, to Kipling Road. Is that one of the access points that you're referencing?
Are you talking about the one in front of Glenwood Behavioral that connects to the Kipling?
I was not, but I'll tell you, let's do it this way. You tell me the two access points that Maddie's House Inc. has to their property other than the shared drive that runs through the middle of your parcel.
The driveway that runs from Kipling to the front of entrance of Glenwood and takes a right, and then have to the entrance of Maddie's house and towards the parking lot. That's one. The other one where one goes right next to the proposed cabins, which is currently not a driveway.
And are you aware of how wide that portion of the property of Maddie's house is in feet?
I would be speculating.
Okay. Are you aware that Maddie's house has a parking lot lease for the small parking lot immediately north of their structure?
10 spaces, yes.
Are you aware that if that lease is not renewed, they will have to remove trees from in front of their structure, which would be west, in order to put a parking lot in?
West of their property to put the parking lot in.
Yeah, so they currently have a parking lot lease for that small parcel that's immediately north of their structure.
Right.
If that is not renewed, they will not have parking for their property, is what I'm saying. So the really only viable option is to remove the trees that are in between their property and your property, put in a parking lot. I just wanted to know if you're aware that's really their only option.
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions for you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We'll move back to witness one, which I believe is Reshma. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
And only a few questions for you. Hopefully this will be brief. And just for clarity, you are also one of the principals of the applicant, correct? One of the owners? Okay. You mentioned you put flyers in neighborhoods and early on, I think, in the process of this application. Is that correct?
Not early on in the process. That's about the first week of October. Yes.
Okay. Can you just clarify what neighborhoods you went into?
So we went all along Kipling and into the Kipling Wood community, and there is one more community right next to it, and also the community where Deb Carney was the president of. And we noticed that we did not go to any properties that say private drive or any properties that say no soliciting. Except for those, we actually went to as many properties as possible on Kipling Road. And everyone within Kipling Wood sounded excited for the project. And we also stayed at a local coffee shop all day and handed out the flyers and made conversations with the residents. So we were putting ourselves out there, yes.
Do you have like an estimate about how many flyers you handed out?
Yes, 70.
70. Okay, thank you. Does your entity that will either own and or operate the property have a liquor license?
Our entity, not yet.
Do you have a plan to obtain a liquor license?
Yes.
Where
We
are you?
already, part of the coordinated site review, I already reached out to the health department and I already made the email to them that we'll be applying for all this, because even before we get our plumbing permit, we are supposed to go through all these with the health department. So part of coordinated site review, I went through all this, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Maddie's House and I think it's Glenwood Behavioral both offer services to persons suffering from substance abuse issues?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any plans to limit alcohol use to certain portions of the site that we should know about?
So it is going to be indoors. So it is going to be within the restaurant. It is going to be within the bar, and it is going to be within the event center. And so whatever the Pinecroft has been doing for a decade, even before Glenwood and Maddie's Health came on to the adjacent parcels, we tend to respect all that and keep doing that.
There's been some talk about the bar. Is that going to be a rooftop bar?
So yes, it is going to be a rooftop bar, but the intent for that always has been the restaurant is so small, it's only 40 people capacity restaurant. So there is no place for a bar within the restaurant. So we needed a place because it's a full service hotel. And we wanted it to be on the rooftop. And then we also need 2 other event spaces because people already associate Pinecroft as hospitality destination. So we had to come up with 50 people and then 70 people to 80 people event space, and then the 250 space. So as part of that, it eventually evolved into the rooftop because that's the space where we can host at least 70 to 75 people. And when we said rooftop bar, that's where this whole idea came from. It's not us catering in any other way that it's being portrayed over media over the past few days. So yes.
Okay. And then are your guests free to have alcohol in their rooms?
Yes.
Are
Within
they
the room.
within their rooms? Are they free to consume alcohol outside of their rooms when not in the bar or restaurant?
No, no.
And
Even, you mean like within, on the grounds? Can you please be?
anywhere. So in the lobby, on the grounds, is there any other place they can consume alcohol other than inside their rooms, inside the bar, or inside the restaurant?
I don't believe so, other than event center, like whatever I mentioned, I don't believe so. So I don't. Within the building, like the main building, the coffee shop might have something called mimosas, but we haven't confirmed anything about that. So as a welcome drink, there was on the plane, but I don't see it. Yeah.
How many employees will you have?
Once it's up and running, 30 to 50 hospitality and wellness jobs.
Any security officers?
Any security officers? So the plan is to start with the cameras and access and see how well kept the whole thing is. And then if there is need at that point, yes, we will factor in the security at that point.
Okay, so I guess where I'm getting at is someone were to take alcohol out of your restaurant and walk around, just call it the campus, the green space. Which one of your employees would be tasked with telling them they can't do that?
The managers within the building will be telling them that, because I don't think it's practically possible to have our security within the restaurant telling the guests saying that, because if there is a need for it, yes, we will call on someone, and the first person that they will be contacting, or the first person that will be telling the guest, will be a manager who is on site.
How many managers will be on site at any given time?
So there will be one for restaurant, and then there will be one within the main building. So at least two of them. If there is no event space running, but then if there is an event going on, there will be a manager who will be overlooking that specific event. So it just depends on how much of activity is going on.
Understood. Thank you. And hopefully last question, will you be operating 365 days a year?
Which one? Hotel?
Good point. Yeah, let's start with the hotel.
Okay, yes, for the accommodations, yes.
Okay. And what other, would the restaurant have limited hours and or days of operation?
Yes, definitely. Restaurant will have limited hours, and especially with the rooftop bar, it can be subject to the weather conditions.
Other than weather, though, it'll be open.
Yes.
Okay. So definitely during the warm months, it'll operate 7 days a week. Is that fair?
7 days a week, but then the kitchen usually, the restaurant and the bar closes at certain hours. Yes.
You know what those hours would be?
Yes, no, not promising, but no later than 12 o'clock on the weekends and 11 o'clock on the weekdays. So that's still in the development phase. But then I can definitely say it won't go beyond 12 o'clock any day.
Okay. One final question I have. When you applied for this liquor permit, are they aware that you're adjacent to two facilities that offer services to people suffering with substance abuse problems?
I believe so, because it's been on the campus for it's been on the property for about 12 years now. The liquor license is not new to the place. And then Maddie's House came after the fact that the alcohol has been here. So by the time they came in here, they do know that existing alcohol was there.
So you're going to apply for a transfer of the Lightmore's liquor license. Is that what I'm gathering?
Objection, that's not what she said.
Well, I believe she said there was a liquor license in use now. So let me phrase that as a question. Will you be applying for a transfer of Delightmore's liquor license?
No.
Okay.
And
You're applying.
we do not know that, so we haven't made that decision. If that needs to be done, I have no clue. It'll be either that or we'll be applying for a brand new license.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
All right. Now is the portion of the hearing where we're going to hear from the public. We do have a lot of members. Yeah, sure.
Mr. Sturkey, we never really made an opening statement or arguments. So there are some points we would like to make as council. Is that something we can do now, or how would you prefer to handle that?
So yeah, typically we would wait for any opening statement before your full before your full presentation.
Okay.
Is there any reason you feel like you need to make those statements before we hear from the public?
No, sir. Just didn't want it to be overlooked. Thank you so much.
Sure. Yep. And just to let everyone know where we are, we're gonna go to members of the public. I'm going to give if the planning department wants to make any statements, I will give them an opportunity to do that after the public. Then Mr. Houston will go to you, allow you to do your full presentation, including any opening statements or calling of any witnesses that you would like to hear from. I'll allow Mr. Burke an opportunity to cross-examine any of those witnesses, and then allow Mr. Burke rebuttal before we move into closing statements. Mr. Burke, I think, has a question. I can't hear you, Mr. Burke. You're muted.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Good, sorry about that. Can you just clarify, if I want to question any members of the public?
Yep.
At what point do I do that today?
Right. I was just going to get to that. It's with all of the members here, this is what I'm proposing for that. So we'll call through all the members of the public. Mr. Houston, if I call a member that you intended to, a member of the public that I have on my list here that you intended to call as a witness, if you could let me know before they make any statements or say, hey, that was someone I was calling as a witness, that would be helpful so that we can put that off to the side until your presentation. After each member of the public has made their statement, I'd like for Mr. Houston and Mr. Burke, if you would like to ask them any questions, please take yourself off of mute and let me know that you have a few questions for those people. Or I'll pause and I'll give you each an opportunity to cross-examine after each person has testified. And we'll proceed in that fashion. Mr. Burke, is that?
Generally speaking, that's fine, but it's not really cross-examination. If these are officials of Maddie's house, I don't understand how Kip will be cross-examining them.
So
I think the answer, Mr. Sturkey, is that if they're speaking and I'm not asking them questions, they're speaking in their personal capacity, not as a member of Maddie's house. I'll be calling the witnesses for Maddie's house, and I'll tell you right now that it'd be Julie Riley and Sherry Reynolds. Anyone else on the board or affiliated with Maddie's house, I believe, is speaking in their personal capacity.
Mr. Burke, response on that?
I suspect, as they have done in many of the letters that they filed on Project Docs, they are identifying themselves as board members frequently of Maddie's house. And either he's going to present them as his witnesses and he can do a direct examination, but I don't know how he cross-examines people who are speaking in support of his position. But I leave it to you.
So your argument here, Mr. Burke, is that if a member of the public is speaking in favor of one side or the other, that side should not be able to cross-examine them?
I think if they are officers of Maddie's house, he can present them and do a direct examination, which would be typical. he doesn't cross-examine his own people. But
Mr. Houston?
We're in a quasi judicial hearing, Your Honor. I mean, I'd leave it to you. I do think they can speak both in their official and personal capacities. And I think many of them, even if they wrote a letter in their official capacity, are really speaking in their personal capacities. I don't really think this is the hill to die on either way. If I put them up on direct, I'm just going to say, tell me what you want to say. It seems to be a distinction that's just not very material, but we'll defer to you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Burka, I'll note your objection on this. I am going to allow each attorney to ask anyone speaking as a member of the public or speaking during public comment to ask those folks questions. So let's go ahead, and I think we'll go ahead and start with the room. It looks like people are already queuing up there. So if we could go ahead and take the room off mute, thank you. I'll ask that as each member gets up to make comments, if you could please state your full name and also your address and confirm that you were sworn in. So if the woman in the green there is ready to start, we can go ahead.
My name is Mary Ann Castleman, and my address is 3390 Green Valley Terrace. And I'm a resident of the community and also a volunteer at Maddie's House, and I strongly oppose this variance. And I have worked with young people all my life who have suffered these types of problems, and to put this type of thing in front of them is not a good thing. So I would hope you would take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castleman. Can you confirm you were sworn?
Yes.
Okay. And any questions from the attorneys? Okay. Hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Castleman.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Thomas Costello, Jr. I live at 2460 Timbercroft Court, Cincinnati 45239, and I have been sworn. I live directly across the street in a subdivision opposite the Crosley Estate. I've been in Cincinnati over 50 years, and I am committed to this community and preserving this community. I am opposed to the present plan as it's presented to change the Crosley Estate as been described earlier. I've been a resident of Mount Airy for the last 21 years, and I'm a volunteer at Maddie's House. I was a social worker for 38 years and providing mental health services to a variety of people during disasters and so on. And I find it very disturbing to know that this hotel will provide liquor that may be available as people walk around the grounds. I'm also concerned that there may be use of marijuana, which could be easily smelled or accessed by the residents of Maddie's House and Glenwood as well. I'm generally concerned that we had to wait until this period of time to present our cases or our perspectives, because people had to leave and could not be here to speak, one of which was my wife herself. I don't remember getting anything from the buyers in my mailbox about their plans. And I think the buyers indicated that they had put flyers in the mail, and that was not, to my knowledge, that was not the case. I also know of residents that were not unable to make this meeting today because of work needs as well. Currently, the Crosley estate is used Friday and Saturday night for weddings or whatever items. As the hotel becomes usable, we will have people coming and going 7 days a week, increased traffic back and forth. Kipling itself is a racetrack. People drive up and down Kipling and they take the middle lane to pass you when we're driving. And I'm concerned that that may increase. And with the addition of the small houses, that will increase the need for the city of Cincinnati to provide security to that area. And they're already strapped currently to provide accurate coverage in the community. The noise level will increase. And I know from what I've heard and what I've seen myself, the noise level can go on after 11 o'clock, which is what it does now. Excuse me. The Preservation Society received the current property, as I know it, for $1. Maddie's House made a reasonable, I guess, request to purchase this property and were turned down. And I think they could have easily sold it to Maddie's House with minimal reduction in what they're getting from the current people who want to buy it.
Mr. Costello, we're coming up on 5 minutes here, so if you could start to conclude your remarks.
Yeah. Just one or two more things. I think the Preservation Society is not concerned, as I am, that the integrity of the buildings on the property would not maintain the present condition of the property, and it would change. And I thought it should be maintained. And I don't think they're going to do that by putting in hotel rooms and other items like a spa and aspects. Okay. The Preservation Society, as well, did not maintain the building over the years that they had it. And I've verified that with one of their staff or one of the people on the grounds who said they were letting it go and not maintaining the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Costello, if you could just give me one minute, if you come back to the microphone. Any questions from the attorneys?
Yes, please. Mr. Costello, did you attend the Mount Airy Town Council meeting at which this project was initially presented?
Yes, I did. I attended that meeting and was surprised to find out that the city council or the community council is in favor of this.
Mr. Costello, I asked if you attended the initial meeting of the town council at which this project was presented, and that was the meeting at which they made the decision to endorse the project. You didn't attend that meeting, did you?
I attended a meeting about a week or 10 days ago. That's the one I attended.
And that was another community meeting at which you were invited to, correct?
Would you please repeat your question?
That was another meeting at which you were invited to attend to discuss this project.
Well, that was the one I was made aware of. I wasn't made aware of any previous meetings that were being offered.
You're aware of the fact that the Mount Airy Town Council meets on a monthly basis?
I'm aware of it, but I was not informed by the town council of any previous meetings.
And do you know that it would have been illegal for these folks to have placed any notices in your mailbox? You can't do that.
There was nothing in my mailbox from the...
Because you cannot do that as a matter of federal law. You can't put things in a mailbox. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that. The current people who are trying to buy the property indicated they had made flyers or whatever, or posters, stuff in our mailboxes. I never received anything like that.
They never said that they did anything in your mailbox.
I thought they did say that.
They said they distributed flyers.
Well,
more
wherever
questions,
they
Mr.
put
Burke?
it, wherever they put it, I never received it.
I have no other questions.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Casello, for your testimony here today. I'm gonna ask Tajaya, Ms. Blake. You've had your hand up here. Are you with us? If so, if you could unmute.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And good morning. So I have something I want to state, and then I have some actual questions as well.
So I need you to state your name and your address and
So my name is Tajia
confirm you were
Blake.
sworn in.
I have been sworn in, and I'm at 3113 Sunny Hollow Lane.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm here today to express how deeply important it is to the people who frequent Maddie's house. Blocking access to this facility would not just remove a building, it would take away a vital source of connection, support, and opportunity for many, not just those suffering from substance abuse or recovering from substance abuse, but others that may have mental health challenges, domestic violence, survivals, and many more. First and foremost, this Maddie's house is a safe and welcoming space for everyone. It brings together people of all ages, backgrounds, races, and abilities, creating a place where individuals can build friendships, find support, and feel like they belong in a world where isolation is a growing concern. This space plays a critical role in keeping our community connected. They offer programs that provide valuable opportunities for personal growth and learning. Here you have young people that we're able to keep engaged in positive activities, workshops, classes that help adults learn new skills. It supports lifelong education, financial literacy, life balance. It also offers fitness and wellness options, art, and much more. Beyond its social and educational value, the center has real economic and community benefits. This building is also more than just a place for programs. It's a hub of resilience and support. In times of crisis, this community center has proven a reliable gathering place, whether for food drives, cultural events, or emergency situations. And blocking access would mean losing a resource that will not be easily replaced. Keeping Maddie's house open is not only about preserving what we have, it's about protecting the heart of our community and investing in a stronger future for everyone. So I want to also talk about reasons why not to restrict Maddie's access or people from accessing the location. This location helps reduce social isolation for all seniors, youth, and newcomers. For me personally, I moved here 1 year ago, and I came across Maddie's house on social media, and it was truly a anchor point in me becoming acclimated to the area and the resources here. It definitely encourages a strong sense of community, identity, and pride. Furthermore, I think it's a little off-putting to hear that Maddie's house actually submitted a bid for the property, and for whatever reasons, they were ultimately taken out of the option to purchase the property. I did hear the young lady talk about from the preservation board speak to her board deciding that Maddie's did not or would not align with the preservation practices or policies. However, that's something that can be discussed and built upon. If there was a criteria that Maddie's house would need to maintain in order to purchase the property, those are things that can be discussed and acclimated to. Adjusted, if we needed to pivot, then we could pivot. So it was a little off-putting to find out that the counter offer was held up or declined, or I'm sorry, not moved forward on the preservation side because they simply decided Maddie's can't afford the maintenance. I also heard her say that she checked the records from 2019 to 2022. Well, there's been a lot of growth since then. So how could they not dig deeper to find out whether or not, Maddie's house was in a better position financially?
Ms. Blake,
Additionally, they
we're coming
spoke
up on
to,
5 minutes. Ms. Blake,
okay.
if you could start to conclude
Additionally,
your
they
comments.
spoke to preserving the property. However, they're going to cut down a large amount of trees to put cabins in this area. So you are taking away from the property. Even adding to that, if Maddie's house is restricted from using the current access point, they too would have to cut down a large amount of trees in order to put a new driveway in, which would further take away from the integrity of the property. So I did hear the gentleman, the husband, and that loop-de-loop clearly state that he plans to cut off their access. And we strenuously object to that. We strenuously object to the use variance with no security, where you're going to have people drinking and smoking weed in their rooms. That's going to directly affect the mental health, the sober environment, and so much more to Maddie's house.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Blake.
I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
I appreciate your testimony here today. I'm going to give the attorneys, if they have any questions, an opportunity now to ask those.
Nothing from me.
Okay, sorry.
Nothing here.
Okay, great. All right, I'm going to continue to try to work through this. I'm going to go back and forth between the people that are on the individual cameras and the in the room there. Maybe sort of two in the room, and then try and go to the individual cameras just to try to keep this as fair as possible. I want to hear from everyone. When I mentioned that Ms. Blake had her hand raised, I thought maybe there was something urgent, but again, if you have your hand raised now, I see Mr. Bates and the other gentleman here. I will get to you as soon as I can. Again, I really want to hear from everyone, so I'm going to just continue to work through this as quickly as possible. All right, let's go back to the meeting room there. We have someone at the microphone. If you'd like to introduce yourself with your name, your address, and whether you were sworn in.
My name, excuse me, my name is Deborah Carney. I live at 5740 Province Lane, right off of Kipling, and I have been sworn in. Thank you.
Thanks.
The gentleman has spoke, and the gentleman before me spoke as it's the same thing. So I'm not going to repeat. But I would like to say, as far as coming to the Mount Airy Town Council meetings. So if you just missed that one particular day, I guess you're just out of luck, because that's what usually happens, because you have a life other than going to a meeting every fourth Wednesday. So excuse me, no, I wasn't at that meeting. However, I do live off of Kipling. I'm less than 1/4 of a mile, and I see that traffic on Kipling Avenue. The speed limit says 35. They're going 55 and up. There is a small school, Mount Airy, located on the corner of Kipling and Corain, that the backside feeds off that Kipling. That speed limit is 20 miles an hour, and everyone is exceeding it. My concern is the safety of our residents, the safety of the community, and the safety of our children. So my whole thing is, so you get your hotel, what do we get? Can we get some calming devices? Can we get some street lights? Can we have some things to go along with this? And I can't seem to get no one to address it. I understand the phases and it will go to other departments, but please, I am asking you, please consider all things for the safety of the entire community, the travelers, the businesses, the residents, and our children.
Thank you, Ms. Carney. Any questions from the attorneys here?
Nothing from me.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. All right, next gentleman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Jones. I'm a resident of the area, and I'm here to voice my displeasure with the thought of changing Maddie's house in any way.
Can you confirm you were sworn in?
I'm sorry?
Were you sworn in?
Yes. And I just can't imagine what condition my son would be in if it wasn't for Maddie's house. And I expect and hope that the residents in this area will all agree with me. I know someone who has specifically used Maddie's facilities and used their resources, and it has done him so much good. It's like being with a different person. Again, I hope that we can come to a conclusion. I'm sure we don't need more bars or hotels in this area to replace Maddie's house, because there is no replacement for Maddie's house in the job that they do for folks who are trapped in the use of drugs. And my son is a good indication of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Any questions from attorneys on this?
No, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. All right, I'm going to move to the individual screens just for a minute. Mr. Bates, is there anything you want to add to the conversation?
Yes. First of all, my name is Dwayne Bates, and I'm also a resident of Mount Airy, and I was sworn in. I'm also a resident of Mount Airy, 2411 Butterleaf Court. I'm also a board member with Mount Airy Town Council. And first of all, I want to say I am speaking today on behalf of the residents who are proud Mount Airy, proud of the roots, our character, and our spirit. We love this neighborhood, not just for what it is, but for what it can become. And that's why I believe the Crosley Hotel isn't just a development, it is an opportunity. The Crosley Hotel represents a chance to shape our future on our own terms. Right now, people travel here for our cultural, our attractions, and our charm, but they can't stay. And when they leave, their dollars leave with them. That's money that should be supporting our local shop owners, our restaurants, our creators and cultural voices. Our people. Why should nearby neighborhoods reap the rewards of Mount Airy appeal while we get nothing but traffic passing through? With Crosley Hotel, that can change. Visitors will finally have a place to stay here in Mount Airy, a place that reflects who we are and showcase the pride we take in our community. With clear guidance and community input, the Crosley Hotel can be built with Mount Airy and for Mount Airy. It can reflect who we are, not change us, but champion us. Won't replace identity, it will help protect it by giving our long-standing business the foot traffic and revenue that need to keep their doors open for business to come. We have a choice in front of us. Do we embrace growth that benefits us, or do we let opportunity slip away once again? The Crosley Hotel gives us a path to grow with purpose, to keep our history alive while building a stronger, more vibrant future. Let's not let this moment pass. Proving that Crosley Hotel is not just about building and zoning, It's about believing that Mount Airy deserves a purpose on its own terms. Let's say yes to progress, yes to possibility, yes to future, where Mount Airy thrives, not by chance, but by choice, with Crosley Hotel leading the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates.
Mhm.
Any questions from either attorney here?
A few quick one. Mr. Bates, how long have you been? You said you were on Mount Airy Town Council. Is that correct?
I was just sworn in probably 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. So you were involved, it's safe to say, in I believe it was the Mount Airy Town Council Community Plan.
No, I was sworn in after the Mount Airy Town Council plan was implemented.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Burke, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Bates. Appreciate your time, your testimony here today.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna hear from one more individual on the individual screens here. Sir, if you could state your name in the Bengal shirt there, if you could state your name and address and confirm you're sworn in.
Sure. My name, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Paul Ventura, and I reside at 5927 Orchard Hills Lane, member of the community, and I was sworn in. And just so as a matter of transparency, my wife Tammy's on the board of Maddie's House, and I actually helped cut the grass there and kind of take care of the ground. So I guess that, and I'll be real quick here, is my concern, other than the transformation of the home, is the stormwater, the management modeling. I have not seen any, and the architect, I'm not sure what his name is, the designer spoke that he has no idea how many trees have to come down. And, you know, the EPA has many different stormwater management modeling that can be done to measure the runoff when all the trees come down. And I guess that's my number one concern, is we have no idea. And when I attended the meeting a couple weeks ago at the Mount Airy Council, and the prospective buyers mentioned that all of those cabins on the outside are going to have water and sewage. And so not only if you look at the footprint of where those cabins are, but you have to run water lines, which have to be 3 feet down, and sewage lines. And on the backside of that property, on that drawing, if you pull up that drawing or whatever, on the whole backside of all those cabins, there's going to be a whole parking lot on that side, a facility for people to do their laundry. I mean, there's a lot of trees that have to come down. So maybe I missed it, and that's very possible, but I've not seen any type of stormwater management modeling from the prospective buyers or anyone on this call. My second point, just as far as the outside alcohol is, you know, are they going to allow people to bring in, if they're parking on the backside of that, you know, are people going to bring coolers into their cabins and stuff like that? I mean, if people have gone camping or whatever, they're going to be in a cabin, they're going to bring their own food, their own drinks or whatever, because they're not going to be in the restaurant the whole time. So that's another concern I have. But it's the only statement. And, you know, I appreciate everyone's time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ventura. Any questions from attorneys on this?
No, sir.
Okay, great. All right, I'm gonna move back over to the meeting room, try and run through a few people over there. So if the individual at the microphone now could state her name or address and confirm she was sworn in.
I'm Sister Joanne Schuster, a Franciscan Sister of the Poor. My address is 60 Compton Road, 45215. And I have been sworn in. And I would just like to give a brief perspective. The sisters, the Franciscan sisters, bought this whole property, built the hospital, used the mansion for healing purposes. We had a holistic center there. We had this house, Maddie's house, as a house of prayer, as a place for retreatants. And that history seems to be lost in this proposal. It's a shame that the healing properties that were offered, the labyrinth, all the beauty of this ground is being just run over. And as a Franciscan, we value the earth, its beauty, And today, more than ever, we need to preserve it. So I just offer this perspective and this foundation to where we come from. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on this?
I know better than to try and cross-examine a nun having been raised in Catholic.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. All right. We'll go then to the next individual at the microphone. Again, if you could state your name, your address, and confirm you were sworn in.
I have been sworn in. My name is Judith A. Tyree. I am a resident, 2460 Hearthstead Lane of Kiplingwood, a resident for 31 years. I was also a senior director of the Franciscan Health System. I am very familiar with this area. I have maybe three words that I'd like to say about what's going on with all of this: elitism, disrespect, and not a heart for those persons who are needing to receive care, responsibility, and love based on what they're going through in their lives today. I have not heard any solid facts or figures about how this is going to perpetuate a more positive environment as well as life of persons that live around here, but particularly for the persons at Maddie's house. This seems to me to be a money grab, being greedy, not having any soul or any kind of, I guess, togetherness and or relationship with this area. I don't like what I'm hearing. I was at one of the other meetings about 10 days ago. It was catch is catch can in terms of finances, in terms of all of the things that they're saying that they're going to do here is really just destruction of this area, and I'm not appreciating that. I don't know how everybody else feels. I don't care. What I care about is where I live right now. And it's not looking like a place where we can continue to have a wholesome lifestyle here with a lot of other stuff. The drugs, the alcohol use, all of those things as it relates to this new project that's going on is going to be a negative impact on those persons who are over here trying to get over those issues. What are we thinking about? I just want everybody to understand and know that we are not going to take this laying down. We're going to fight until the very end. Thank you.
Any questions from the attorneys on that? Mr. Burke or Mr. Houston, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, great. We'll go to the next individual in line. You could state your name, your address, and confirm you were sworn in. Looks like they're on mute now.
Not me.
Yeah, whoever's at the microphone. Yep, go ahead.
My name is Emma J. Lewis, and I have been sworn in. I live at 6070 Lantana, and 45224. I am a concerned community resident because this Maddie's house is needed. Actually, we need more. And if Beth Johnson has historic preservation and best interest, maybe they should think about in terms of, you know, if you have a family member that may need a Maddie house, you would want to keep this Maddie house doing the work that it does for everybody to move forward positive in life. And as far as the purchase, where they turned down the offers that they had given, that's so Okay, that's it.
Great. Any questions? Okay. I'm gonna go really quickly to our individuals on the screens here, just to continue to mix this up and be fair, give them an opportunity. So I'll go to Mr. Finley, Bob Finley. Is there anything you wanted to add to the discussion here?
Yes, I would. Thank you. My name's Bob Finley. I have been sworn in, and I live at 2341 Kipling Avenue, directly across from the mansion. Full disclosure, I am on Maddie's House board, but today I'm here speaking as a neighbor, a concerned neighbor, and just want to voice my opposition to any zoning variances, and really just for a few things, and I'll keep it brief. Yeah, I'm worried about what is going to happen to Pinecroft. You know, it's a historical piece of property, and I'm afraid that it's going to fall into disrepair. I just feel that the developers haven't shown any experience in developing historical property, any experience with hospitality, bars, and that sort of thing. And then I'm just afraid it's going to just, fall into disrepair and become just like the Gamble House in Westwood, be torn down at some point in time. I'm concerned about especially the cabins in the woods. That's about probably a quarter-mile distance from the bar to the cabins. And there's just a walking trail. So all those patrons of the cabins, they're going to be driving, from the bar to their cabins. And that's just going to create a hazard to the neighbors and the people on Kipling Avenue. I'm concerned about late night partying, the alcohol and drug use in the cabins, because there won't be really any security as it sounded to me. Maybe some cameras, but that's the big thing. It's just really the cabins in the woods. I just think it's just going to disrupt the whole neighborhood, cause increased traffic and crime. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Finley. Any questions, attorneys?
Oh, can I add one more thing?
Sure.
When I said community outreach, we did not receive anything in terms of flyers or outreach from the developers.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll go over to Ms. Walsh. Belle Walsh. I'm sorry, Mr. Burke.
Just a quick question based on his last statement. Mr. Finley, isn't it true that your property has a notice on it saying private?
Yes.
And you heard that it was stated that they didn't enter any of the properties that were labeled private?
Yes, I heard that. Yeah.
All right.
One quick question, Mr. Sturkey. Mr. Finley, just confirming, you also did not receive it via U.S. mail, correct?
Correct.
And you have a U.S. mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again, Mr. Finley. Okay, we'll go to Ms. Walsh and then move back into the meeting room. Ms. Walsh?
Yes. I'm a resident of Mount Airy. I've owned a home here for more than 30 years. You've heard talk of the Mount Airy plan. I was a participant in the direction of that plan and was very proud to sit in front of City Council and have that plan approved in 2023, because that meant the city was aligned with what Mount Airy's goals were going to be. In addition to being a resident, I'm on the board of Mount Airy Town Council, and I'm on the board of Mount Airy Cure. At both meetings, when Chris and Reshma presented this, we were overwhelmingly supportive of it because of what it was going to do for our neighborhood. It's disappointing that it's disappointing. I feel that Maddie's House has spread a lot of misinformation as far as streets and traffic and things like that. Providence Hospital used to be on that lot and employed far more people that are going to be coming to this hotel, and there were no traffic issues then. In addition, years ago, when the hospital came down, there was going to be a group that was going to put some housing in there. They pulled out, and unbeknownst to both town council and Mount Airy Cure, Acadia, who is Glenwood Gardens, built their lockdown facility there. We had no input into that. We had no voice. It was not something that we wanted in our neighborhood, but we didn't have a choice. Then Maddie's House appeared. They never approached town council. They never approached the CDC Cure. They essentially have no interaction with Mount Airy other than in the property of Mount Airy's. They don't spend their money here. They don't spend their time here. They just, again, have no interaction with Mount Airy. This development is so positive for Mount Airy. We are working hard getting Mount Airy Forest safe and presenting activities there that families can come to. And with that on the south end of our business district, which has been decimated, and this on the north end of our business district, it's going to be a fantastic boom to our business district. I hate to keep repeating that word. I think I want to say that I'm not opposed to what Maddie's House does. I know it meets a lot of those in need, but I have to say that Mount Airy as a neighborhood took the steepest decline of all 52 neighborhoods, according to a UC study years ago. And our business district is basically non-existent. This is going to bring our business district back. We're going to have coffee shops. We're going to have places where people can meet. We're going to have positive things in this neighborhood. So Mount Airy Town Council and Cure both are very supportive of this. We did post a notice on Nextdoor when Chris and Reshma were going to speak at the Mount Airy Town Council meeting. And all people have to do is go to our website and they know when the council meetings are being held. So anyway, I think it bothers me that there's a large number of people here that have no stake in Mount Airy or its development. So the people that are supportive are few in number, and that makes me feel bad. So I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Any questions from the attorney comments?
A few quick ones. Ms. Walsh, you said you participated in the Mount Airy plan in 2023. Is that correct?
2023 was when it was presented to City Council. The plan actually started in 2020.
Did you participate throughout that entire process?
I did.
Okay. And was there ever any discussion of the property at issue being zoned commercial or downtown district?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. And you mentioned this would bring back the business district. Is it not true the business district's largely located south of this property, correct?
Correct. It's between the forest and this. It's between the two.
And there's mostly residential in between. Is that correct?
Residential. What do you mean?
Residential zoning districts in between this IR district and the commercial district.
I am not privy to. I don't know. I don't know zoning.
Okay. That's all. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you again, Ms. Walsh. All right, we're going to go back into the meeting room. I know that we're coming up on 2 hours here. I'm going to try and keep moving through this as quickly as possible, get through as many public speakers as I can. At some point, we will take a comfort break, if anyone is wondering, but let's try and get through a few more public speakers first. So the individual at the microphone now, again, if you want to state your name, your address, and confirm you were sworn in.
My name is Justin Moret. I live at 2516 Orland Avenue, and I was sworn in. I'm a 31-year-old who I have struggled a bit with socializing over my life. I went through ECOT, which was Ohio's attempt to do computer schooling for the second half of my public education, from 6th grade on through graduation. Since being an adult, I've largely worked from home. As a result of this, even though I am very much an extrovert by nature, I've developed a lot of social anxiety and difficulties in getting out. One of the major issues of people in my age range and people who are of a younger demographic, especially following all of the events in recent years, has been getting out, finding places to connect with people, finding opportunities for community, building connections with others so that they then have some type of space and opportunity to build out their future and their lives without it being in isolation. So much of how we do end up socializing is online. It's in our homes. It's away from people. Maddie's house is a genuinely amazing place to me because for years I have been in environments and in communities where I am with others who are also struggling with trying to get through recovery or trying to even begin recovery. And one of the simplest things that you can do is what Maddie's house asks, which is just to come here, to be here, to show up. There's no money that's needed. There's no type of necessary long process that you need to go through in order to justify your being here. You come, you're part of the community. At any time, the ones who were wanting to make this purchase could have come here, spent time, integrated themselves in this community. We would have welcomed them with open arms and given them every opportunity to get to know us. If we had built those developments in a connection and then they'd made this proposal, that'd be one thing. But we don't know them. They are strangers. If we have cabins over in the trees, even if they're well camouflaged, we have people who are now looking out at us, seeing what we do. We have a trail that's going to be along the street to get back and forth. Do you think everyone's going to use that? Or are they going to walk around the lake? If we have catch and release, which we do regularly here, then are we going to have access to the lake, or is that something that's going to be an issue? And are we going to have people walking by while they're drinking, while they're smoking, while they're engaged in various types of conversation about topics that could, for anyone in recovery, be quite triggering or problematic for them in their own health? There are so many ways in which this is a space that, because of how it is away from others, but at the same time is an open and engaging community, that it fills a very necessary role in what people my age need. We need more third places. And Maddie's house, as its founding idea, is a third place. Between your therapy and your attempts to recover in terms of your actual structured plans with psychiatry or anything of that nature, and your time that you spend at home, you need somewhere in the middle. For many of us, we don't have it. When you think of young adults and where they would go to socialize, you think of malls, which have died out all across our country. You think of bars, which is part of why many of us are in recovery. You might think, oh, well, if weed's legal, you might socialize through that, but it's another substance use. There are so many ways in which you might be able to go do something like gaming, but then that can become predatory, including with gambling itself. We have all sorts of ways in which community is something we struggle to build. And a hotel is not going to build community. That is getting more people in from out of the community. That's taking more opportunity to try building revenue. And revenue sounds nice. Revenue sounds like value. But that's not real value. Value is the community. It's the people we have here. It's the connections we build. The reason why this is a valuable space is because of the fact that we have these people who care, who put this money and this attention here. And in terms of who the money is gotten from, even if that's not known, even if that's not available to make sure that all of the budget is there for all of the things that are wanted, it's still that the community is actually trying to put their money here in something of genuine value to them, not just another business, not just another restaurant, another bar. Because we have a lot of things that people can come to spend their money on, but where do people spend their time? That is the real value we have. And if people are spending their time here, that means this has value. But the ones who want to buy it, if they want to show they really want to put their value here, I encourage them to stop by. Meet with some of us, talk with some of us, show us that you want to be a part of our community too. Because that's what we want here. And that is my time.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Shay.
Any questions from
Mr. Sturkey? No questions. I understand that I believe the director or CEO of Glenwood Behavioral, another property owner, would like to speak, and I believe her time is limited. If we were to request that she be given the next opportunity.
Sure. Then the name of that individual is what?
I don't know her personally. I have Dr. Colleen is her name. I believe that may be her first name then.
Okay, is Dr. Colleen with us right now? Okay. Could you give your full name and address or employment address if that is
Yes.
the most relevant here, and then confirm you were sworn in?
Yep, my name is Dr. Colleen Thomas Phillip. I'm from Glenwood, 2446 Kipling. We're right across from Pinecroft and Maddie's house, and I was sworn in earlier today.
Could you give me your last name again? Sorry.
Thomas-Phillip.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Please proceed.
Okay, I'll try to be really quick. So good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I introduced myself already. I'm the CEO at Glenwood. I'm here in support of Maddie's House and the recovery mission we share on this campus. I serve at Glenwood Health and work closely with Maddie's House, which support young adults and adults in our setting. Together, our organizations serve hundreds of individuals each week who rely on this campus as a place for safety, stability, and hope. I understand there are different views in the broader community about this development, which with some seeing potential opportunity. However, from the perspective of recovery, a recovery-based campus, it is critical that progress does not unintentionally put a vulnerable individuals at risk. Pinecroft is privately held estate, and according to the developer's submitted plan, the project includes a restaurant with a rooftop bar, multiple cabins, event center, and expanding parking designed to support regular visitor traffic. While it is true that Pinecroft currently hosts weddings and corporate events, those occur primarily on weekends and with limited frequency, which has coexisted on our campus in a manageable way. What is being proposed now, however, is fundamentally different: a permanent hospitality destination with frequent alcohol-centered activity. I understand there may be suggestions to add visual barriers such as trees or screening to reduce what patients see, while landscaping can reduce sightlines, it does not eliminate environmental triggers. Recovery is affected not only by what is seen, but also what is felt and experienced in close proximity. Clinically, this matters. And according to SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration identifies exposure to alcohol-centered environments as one of the leading external triggers for relapse, especially in early recovery. This is not emotional speculation. It is an established clinical reality. We regularly walk patients and members from our treatment campus along the road over to Maddie's house for continued support, and that short walk itself is often part of their emotional regulation and healing routine. I think about the young adults at Maddie's house who walk to the pond behind us for calm anxiety, or the patient who steps outside of group therapy believing recovery is possible, only to sense active alcohol-centered social environments just steps away. That quiet moment of hope can quickly become a moment of risk. I have serious concerns about the impact of this development in its current form. Pinecroft is historic, and development here can be meaningful, but true wellness-focused development must protect healing, not compete with it. Recovery requires safety, not temptation, stability, not disruption. I am asking that any development moving forward does so in a way that protects people in recovery. Growth that uplifts a community includes well-being of its most vulnerable, those who already call this campus a place of recovery and second chances. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the attorneys?
Yes, briefly, Dr. Thomas Phillips, can you just let us know your background and how long you've been dealing with persons suffering from substance abuse problems?
Yes, I've been in behavioral health for 20 years. My degree, my doctorate is in marriage and family therapy. My master's is in counseling psychology, and my bachelor's is in therapeutic recreation.
Thank you so much. Nothing further from me.
Mr. Burke.
Yes, just a couple of very quick questions, Doctor. First of all, you submitted a letter stating your position too, didn't you?
Yes.
And isn't it true that in that letter you indicated that you were not speaking on behalf of the corporate parent organization?
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and as the CEO at Glenwood.
And you expressed some concern about people walking from Glenwood to Maddie's house. Isn't it true that if they are walking from your facility to Maddie's house, they never come within a football field of the mansion house or the restaurant and bar that will be built next to the mansion house?
No, it's we walk along a path that's maybe a few feet away from Pinecroft.
Okay, no other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas Phillips.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the next speaker in the meeting room.
Good afternoon. My name is Elise Keeler. I live at 553 Church Street, and I am a volunteer here at Maddie's house. I was sworn in. We've talked a lot of numbers today. You know, I hear about all the employment, the construction. I want to bring up some really numbers that are kind of hard to grasp. So 1 in 6 youth report symptoms of mental illness. 20% of U.S. adults experience a mental health condition. 12.8 million seriously think about suicide. 3.7 made a plan. 1.5 have attempted. I am part of that. I have attempted twice. And I will tell you, since we've been in this room for 130 minutes, there have been 12 people that have died from suicide. Mental health is an epidemic, and it needs help. It's not about doing the wellness and putting up a restaurant bar or having these cabins. Maddie's house has a reason to be here. I got out of Beckett Springs on October 17th, and 10 days later, I was on Norwood Lateral and saw Maddie's house, a billboard saying, "You matter." And I emailed Casey, who's in the room, and I said, I need to volunteer here. I call this a safe space. It is somewhere that I come not to just feel safe from everything going on outside, but to help those that struggle. I talk to people that come in the door with a friendly smile. And I will say, when one of the dads was up here, his son was out in the back, very overwhelmed. And a gentleman that also comes to Maddie's house went out and they embraced. This is community. We need each other. And building out a hotel and a spa, that's not what the answer is. And I love this place. And, you know, Maddie was a fighter. You know, I'm looking at a billboard in this room. And she always said that if she would have had this, she would still be here. And think of all those people that we've lost, that 1.5 million every year. How can we save them? Cincinnati has so much going on in this community, in this city. We hear it all the time in the news. This is a positive. We should be lifting this up as part of the Mount Airy community instead of trying to tear it down. So I say to Bella and all those that are part of the planning committee for this and are for it, I understand what your goal is, but I want you to think about all of those people that are impacted by suicide, mental health, and drug addiction. I hope to God you never experience what many of us in this room have gone through, because I feel like you'd be on the other side of it. But please, don't let them be the decision of what we're doing, because Maddie's house is important. And I thank Julie and Steve Raleigh from the bottom of my heart, and all the donors, all the board, for what they do, because this community needs it. So that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Keeler. Any questions from attorneys on that? Okay. All right, we'll move to the next individual in line there, and then I'll try and go back to some individual screens to take some comment from them. So whoever's at the microphone, the floor is yours. If you can state your name, your address, and confirm you were sworn in.
Hello, my name is Sheila Teasley, and I am a resident at 2431 North Bend Road, and I have been sworn in. First of all, I would like to say that I don't believe I received a flyer delivered at all to my home. I chose to be an intern here at Maddie's house because of what they represent. I wanted to be a part of helping people. They provide not only the safe place for those that are isolated and struggling through mental illness, as you've heard, and addictions, but I'm opposed to the disruption and the destruction that you would cause to Maddie's house and the community. The increased traffic is a concern of mine, not only the drug use and alcohol use on the grounds that would occur, but in the demographics of Kipling to Belmont and North Bend, we already have issues with traffic, the deaths that have occurred on the strip because of speeding and alcohol usage, and has been massive, and they do need to address those issues. So for me, that's my concern.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, okay, all right. I'm gonna move over now to let's see, Tammy. I'm sorry, I don't have your last name right in front of me. Tammy Ventura, and then I'll go to Mary Pat Finley. Tammy.
I'm
floor is
on.
yours.
Thank you. And it's, let me try it. It's Tammy Ventura. And I live at 5927 Orchard Hills Lane. I was sworn in, and my residence is about 3 miles away. I am on the board of Maddie's house. And the residents have all spoken, and our board members are on here, the people in the room, they're all addressing, the vital need of Maddie's house. What I would like to address is the feasibility of this happening. And I commend the people taking this on. I understand what Mr. Bates and Ms. Walsh, would like for the community. But as someone who lives there, I just don't see it actually happening successfully. The buyers have only renovated homes, I believe, up in Hamilton. They've never taken on a venture this aggressive. I know they have financial backers, but it takes more than the money to actually make a business, especially of that magnitude, with a spa is a business, a restaurant's a business, a bar is a business, a hotel, all of that. And I'm worried that people will go there to, one time to rent a cabin, a room. I saw on their website they do have a website already, even though it's not an actual property yet. And on the website, they have like a drone view. And it's interesting because Maddie's house and Glenwood are like blurred out. You just see like the Pinecroft Mansion, the lake, and then woods. And for people who actually come there, that is not realistic. If they expect to just be, walking grounds like the Belmont or something, it is, or the Biltmore, it's not like that. And I think once they come, and, I'm on the board of Maddie's house, so I can say, we treat people with mental health issues, addiction, and so does Glenwood. So if you're there, how safe do you feel being in a cabin with those entities on your property? And that's not in any criticism at all. I just think that, they might get people once, but then I think the rebookings will not happen. And then also living there myself, Corrine Avenue has all the businesses have closed. I mean, I don't know how many of you drive through Mount Airy and up Corey and all the way up to Galbraith Road. But we've lost the restaurants, Waltz Barbecue, the Kroger's even closed. All we have now are bars and the laundromat, empty buildings, and the Dollar Tree. That's really what we have to offer. So if somebody comes to stay there, you can't eat at a restaurant, the one restaurant they have 3 times a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So you're going to venture out. There's nothing around to eat. There's no shopping, so they're going to have to go downtown or north side. And then, like I said, they may do that once, but who's going to rebook to have that same experience? So I commend, the need, the desire, but I just don't see it being very feasible. And then in 5 years, this place closes down, and we've lost our chance of purchasing it, which you did hear that we did try to do that. And Beth forgot to say that also when they countered with us, one of their the criteria was that they put someone on our board of Maddie's House, which we would have welcomed, but then that never, then we never heard back from them. Like the whole process of us trying to acquire it just did not happen. We would have totally kept the integrity of Pinecroft Mansion. We wanted, to expand our help, also have it like as businesses. But I'm afraid it's going to end up failing as a business. And then we've lost our opportunity to create an entire campus with Glenwood to help people. So thank you for your time, everyone being here.
Thank you, Ms. Ventura. Mr. Burke, any questions?
Nothing.
Okay. Mr. Houston?
Nothing.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move to Mary Pat Finley, and then we'll go back into the meeting.
Hello, thank you. My name's Mary Pat Finley. I live at 2341 Kipling Avenue, 50 feet away from the property across the street. And I was sworn in earlier. I have 38 years of experience with mental health and mental health treatment in different facilities in the city. My first concern is not really of the mental health part of it, but that the investors do not have that much experience as voiced by some other people in bringing this huge change or this big transition to this property. I'm also concerned that all of the new changes that were proposed and talked about earlier today will not match the architectural intent, and I'm kind of concerned how the Preservation Association is approving this kind of information if they were not on board with Maddie's House purchasing the property and doing minor changes to the structures. And none of it would have been cosmetic or additional outbuildings. I am very concerned that a lot of this came about very quickly in the last couple weeks. Yes, as said, there was flyers sent out. Yes, my driveway says private drive, but there's plenty of phone poles around here that those flyers could have gone to. And there's the use of mailing cards for something as important as this for our community. Living right across the street from the current facility, my biggest concern is that there's going to be an increase of traffic. There'll be overnight clients there. There'll be possibly a lot of outdoor alcohol and drugs brought into the cabins area. And a lot of that is where my main concern is, that a lot of those cabins in the woods, I hugely oppose those for a use usage variance change, I really feel that there's going to be a lot of noise issues out there. There's going to be an increase of conflict and security issues. Cameras can be disabled. That's not going to help us when there's somebody out there doing kind of criminal activity. I'm really concerned for the crime. I'm concerned for the trespassing, human trafficking, because to be honest, it's in this area of the city. If anybody wants to believe it or not, it's happening. So these kinds of a cabin and that's in the woods and it's camouflaged, I think it really poses a huge concern, as well as fire hazards in our community. The traffic alone is going to be a huge increase. I can tell you, the nights of the events, we hear all of the clapping, we hear all of the music, we see everybody leaving the parking lots, their headlights in our bedroom, every car, one after another. So that's a lot of disruption in this community and for the neighbors. We're not taking into account the neighbors that are right next to those areas that you're going to be building those access roads for the cabins and the access road back to Maddie's house, if that's how they're going to do it. I did hear at the last community meeting, the investors say they weren't going to allow any Maddie's house traffic. And I did hear in that last meeting that they were not interested in hearing about some of the concerns of the community when it came to the business plan, because as was spoken to previously by people, we don't have a business district anymore around this area. So the nuance that this is going to be a destination, I really think that that's going to be, as said before, it's going to be a one-time stop. My question is, what's going to happen if that money, the cash flow, is not maintained to keep going forward? What's going to happen to the property after that? I am opposed to some of the changes that were put on there. The rooftop bar is going to have, what is that going to be overlooking? Is that going to be overlooking Glenwood or Maddie's house, or in general? There's some HIPAA violations there. And especially if somebody in those cabins are taking photographs of any kind of patients, that is a HIPAA violation. And lastly, I will say, and I know that I'm going on, I apologize, that there was some proposed changes to the lake on that plan. And my concerns are that they were not going to be equitable to the Maddie's house building, because it looks like they're going to enlarge the lake to encroach the back end of Maddie's house, as well as what will that do to the history of that lake being an arrow that was made by Crosley in the estate, and how that works into the historic perspective. And I was really concerned that there was already advertisement for this property, because it really wasn't acquired yet. The usage variances haven't been approved. So I'm very concerned that that is going to put out false advertisement. And just to sum it up, I'm very opposed to the usage variance changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually, before I allow the attorneys, if they have any questions, Ms. Finley, I have one question. We've heard several times from different folks from the public here today that they're concerned about drug use on the property, and I understand that that's a sensitive topic given the use of Maddie's house. But is there anything about this project that's inherent to this project that you think invites or promotes drug use outside of any other restaurant or hotel? I'm not understanding exactly why that is a concern.
Yes, I work with a lot of patients and families from this community right here in this community, and one of the key things that we find is if there is a way to have an isolative situation, like you check into a hotel and you say, I'm going to be in this little cabin and I can get people to come in and out of that back like entranceway and no one's going to be detected. There can be people, foot traffic can just walk back there to those cabins doing drug deals or whatever, human trafficking, etc. It will be very easy for people to get in and out of there.
I understand. Thank you, Ms. Finley. Did the attorneys have any questions?
Just a couple of quick ones. Ms. Finley, you saw the site plans presented by the architect today?
I saw, yes.
And were those site plans also presented by the husband and wife who are the applicants in this case at the community meeting that you attended?
Only the first plot.
Was there anything on any of those site plans that suggested changes were going to be made in the pond?
Yes, there was dots around the pond, and they said verbally that they were going to dredge or enlarge the pond and change the nomenclature of it.
There was an issue of stormwater management, is that correct?
No, that's not what they said. They said they were going to increase the size of the pond and or dredge it and make it deeper so that they could have their kayaks.
No other questions.
Good.
Thank you.
Mr. Houston, anything? Okay. All right, great. We're going to move back to
Thank you.
The meeting room. Thank you, Ms. Finley. I appreciate your testimony. And whoever's at the microphone can go ahead.
My legal name is Chelsea Kuhn. I live at 2 Maryknoll Drive, and I was sworn in earlier. I'm a member of Maddie's House, and for years, this place has provided a very safe place for my mental health recovery. These plans put that in harm's way for not just me, but hundreds of others. And there isn't another place like this, which has been said. Where else can you find a pool table without alcohol? And so to lose Maddie's House as a safe and sober space would be to lose a really big part of myself. And the thing that I want to emphasize that hasn't been said is that this is truly life or death for some people, because this is people's lifeline. And not just that, but if we do have somebody who relapses, that if people relapse, people can die. It's life or death. If somebody's out there with alcohol, somebody relapses and they can't control how much they drink and whatever. It's just, it's scary for me as a member here to think about this. So that's all I really wanted to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Kuhn? Okay. All right. Next speaker can go ahead.
Yes, my name's Diane Peterson, and I live at 6011 Belmont Avenue. I did swear.
You were
sworn in.
sworn?
Yeah, the words. Yeah,
Thanks.
and I just wanted to tell you a little bit. College Hill and Mount Airy border each other. My family has had a home for over 100 years. They're still there. My uncle married a Crosley, so I'm familiar with this property and Maddie's house. My relationship with Maddie's house is personal. I lost my son 2.5 years ago. I sat in a chair with his name on it today, and his picture's on the memory wall. So my point, what I want to say to you is that addiction is such a hard struggle. He struggled for 20 years. He'd been in and out of almost 20 30-day programs, and then they're tossed into a sober living house, which is a bed on or a mattress on the floor for $300 plus a month, and they have to get their own food, their own transportation. They need to work. They have to go to meetings in basements of churches. And if he were alive today, I think he would be using this facility. And like she said right before me, it's a matter of life and death. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions? Okay. We'll do one more speaker in the meeting facility, and then we'll move to Leslie Huseman and Tony Ragvan. Ravanani. Whoever's at the microphone can proceed now.
Good morning. My name is Joe Walker. My address is 445 West McMicken Avenue. I was sworn in. I am here as a representative of Hope Over Homelessness. Our organization is a part of the population that comes here. There is a scripture that says, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." It said, "He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters and restores my soul." That is what Maddie's house represents. That is what this property gives to people who lack serenity, for people who have been in isolation. I was a drug addict for 20 years. I have 14 years clean. And I've never seen a place like Maddie's house that brings people out of isolation, give them a safe place to do sober recreation. Everything here is to build people. I understand business because I used to be a business owner. I understand needing revenue and all of that. We build community, we build people. You want to build business, you want to make money. That looks like this to me. Profit over people. People, lives being saved, it's what's important. And we want Maddie's house to continue to grow. And it would be awesome for us to be able to extend the vision and the mission of this place with the acquiring of the very property that you want to invade what is already in motion with. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any questions? Okay. We're going to move to Ms. Huesman.
So I'm sorry, I did not plan to speak and I was
Okay.
not sworn in.
Okay. Do you want to speak now?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Tony.
Ravignani.
Ravignani. The floor is yours if you would like to speak.
Thank you, David. So my name is Tony Ravignani. I am an architect. We have helped Maddie's house occupy the building they're currently in. Our address is 2315 Florence Avenue, 45206, and I was sworn in. So I will say most of what I wanted to say has been said. So I'll try and keep this brief. I don't donate my architectural services to too many clients. I donated all my service and I encouraged all my engineers to donate their services so that Maddie's house could get a permit and get occupancy. The main reason I did it is because my two sons struggled with addiction when they were younger. This would have been a great place for them when they were younger. So if they were fishing at the lake and they looked across to a cabin where somebody was drinking and they smelled pot, it's obviously a trigger. It would obviously be a trigger to them. So that's the personal side of this. I've been to many zoning hearings in my career, and I know this could go either way. I will say one thing. If it goes the other way, I really hope that they are treated fairly with access to their property. There should be a reasonable plan for giving them the proper time to come up with an alternate path to get to their building, because we did this on the up and up. We got permits, and that easement for access was a lifeline for us. So I hope that if it goes the other way, that they're given the proper chance to do it in the proper amount of time that they need to do it. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from the attorneys on this?
Briefly, Isn't it true that people can access Maddie's house from the main drive into the hospital and turn right and go directly into Maddie's house?
I don't have the plans in front of me, but you may be correct.
Thank you, that's all.
Where are they gonna park at?
Oh, hold on. Okay, great. So I'm going, let's see, I'm gonna go back to the meeting room. I'm gonna try to get through a few more before we take a break here. Let me ask this, is there anyone in that room that's not in line that is planning on providing some public comment? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so we'll go to the speaker, the gentleman at the microphone now. You could tell us your name, your address, and confirm you were sworn in.
Excuse me. My name is Dwayne Thomas. I live at 3050 Compton Road, Cincinnati, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
I am a chemical dependency counselor and also a certified peer recovery support specialist. And I have, excuse me again, I have been involved with Maddie's house for the past year. I wasn't going to say anything, but this is too important for me to sit and be silent. I'm new to Cincinnati. I've only been here maybe 6 years and I've been working in the field of recovery for many, many years. But just being involved with Julie and Steve, as I mentioned, for the past year, where, and I'll break my own anonymity, I have been sober for 15 years myself. And I love what I do. It's not work. This is my passion. And just real briefly, I've had so many great experiences since being with them here and the people that I've crossed paths with. But one of the greatest joys was this past summer, we hosted a group of teenagers at a summer camp here. And I had the privilege of being involved with them. We're talking teenagers, 14 to probably 18. And as you guys may or may not know, that's a very, very dangerous age. That age right there, they can go either way. So I had the opportunity to work with them, the counseling, being a big brother, being a father figure, fishing out back. One kid caught his first fish. You should have seen the look on his face, you know, when he caught that fish. But my point is this here, being able to touch these young people at that age, prayerfully, we won't see them in the justice system when they're in their 20s, or won't have to go through sampling or experimentation with drugs or alcohol just as a means of escape. I heard from a lot of those kids over there this past summer that at the end of it, they felt heard, they felt seen, and they can come here and they can actually be a kid. That was awesome to me, that they can actually be a kid. So I love what I do here, and I'm going to continue to do it as long as they allow me to come through those doors. And even with 15 years of sobriety, that's minuscule, man. You know, we get a daily reprieve. That's what we get, a daily reprieve. And I do not take that for granted. When I come across a young man or a young woman who's struggling with 1 or 2 days, they help me as much as they say, hey, I help them. So that's why I keep coming back. And again, I'm going to keep coming back as long as this gentleman, my beautiful Julie, they allow me to come. And they welcome me here at Maddie's house. And I'm just very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Yeah, Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Could we ask you one question, Mr. Burke? Did you have a question?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mr. Thomas, did the summer camp program that you led make any use of the Pinecroft Mansion?
Yes. Yes. That's where we spent quite a bit of time in the mansion. Yes.
And while you were in the mansion, did you see the bar that's in there?
I didn't see a bar. No, I didn't see a bar. We spent time in the rooms, outside. I didn't see a bar.
No other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Thomas.
you.
Appreciate your
Thank you.
testimony. Okay, we'll go to the next speaker at the microphone.
Yes, hello. My name is Michael Richard Baker. I reside at 9147 Link Road in Loveland. I'm a member here at Maddie's house. As a lot of people have been saying, this is a place that we can't provide something that we can't find anywhere else. It's a sense of community. My fiance and I have been coming here for about 2.5 years. We come every Friday night. We have made friends that we wouldn't trade for the world. We have made more progress in our recovery because this place exists. Like, and just like Miss Blake said that there's not enough community. This place is open to the community. You can come here with your almost at least 4 or 5 days a week with your whole family. You can come enjoy the pond. You can come enjoy that. If the applicants are allowed to take over the property, is that still going to be an option? And it's more than just the recovery side of it. And it's all about the community that's here. And I'm afraid that with the hotel moving in, the cabins across the pond, the bar on the roof, that it just won't be a safe environment anymore. And that's what this place is. That's why we come back every Friday, because it is our safe place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker, can you confirm you were sworn in?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was sworn in.
Thank you. Any questions from attorneys?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Great. We'll go to the next speaker.
Hi. Hello, I'm Lori Deerwester Weiss. I live at 2540 Windage Drive, Fairfield, Ohio. I have not been sworn in, but I do feel strongly that I would like to share a few things.
Sure. Could you
about
spell your
this
last name
matter.
for me?
It's DEARWESTER. Second word, capital VICE.
Okay, great. And if you could just raise your right hand, I'll swear you in now so you can provide some
Sure.
comments. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so just a little history around myself. I've been living in the greater Cincinnati area most of my lifetime. I was gone for a few years in elementary school. I have been struggling with mental health challenges and substance use disorder since I was a child, quite significantly. So to find a place like Maddie's house is unique. This is a unique, progressive place to be. You're putting together all mental health and substance use disorder. We don't find this in this area or maybe anywhere. You're talking about bringing together recovery of all sorts, creating community. And this beautiful grounds, the Powell Crosley Jr. legacy throughout Cincinnati. You know, you can find it at Cincinnati Nature Center, at the Museum Center, at Grace Episcopal Church. You find parts of that history of Cincinnati everywhere, and to hear that some of it might be dredged up is disturbing. I want to hit so many points. One of the points I want to hit before I go away from the togetherness of this center is that before 2020, there were 600 AA meetings in our greater Cincinnati area, and 6 of them provided childcare. One of the major reasons I wanted to be here at Maddie's is because Maddie's will provide childcare upon request for any recovery meeting. That is huge. It is unbelievable. We have a concern with our youth in and outside the city, right? And to hear that this sustained beautiful land from the aspect of, Shinrin-yoku, forest bathing. You can be under these trees for 2 hours. Your blood pressure, your cortisol lowered. For a month, you have a larger amount of cancer cells. Okay, so from that aspect, you bring in the cabins, you bring in the development, you bring in the parking lot, you pave paradise, you take away what you're trying to bring people to, and it's unsustainable. What I see at Maddie's is a growth towards a unity of recovery, because I would say our entire society is drenched in addiction, you know, from start to finish. I have been in recovery for now 11 years. I ran into Maddie's mom at an addiction professionals luncheon right before a friend of mine unfortunately died of significant mental health symptom. And we had planned to come. And all I can say is this is a place people need. This is what Cincinnati needs. Not more bars and hotels or, you know, cabins out in the woods. We need Maddie's House, and we need Glenwood, and we need to preserve the legacy of Powell Crosley Jr. in this space. And with that, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any questions?
Not from me.
Okay. Great. We'll do the next speaker in the room, and then I'll move over to, I believe it's Patty. I find that name, but Patty Collins, I believe, who's here, and then also let's see, we have someone who joined us late. I'll give you an opportunity, iPhone 8, if you would like to speak after that. So we'll go back to the speaker at the microphone. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Debbie Sandus. I live at 3640 Jill Murray Drive, and I have been sworn in. Like Dwayne, I wasn't anticipating speaking, and I'm a bit nervous. I apologize. I was taking notes while the Mount Airy Town Council people were talking, and I think they think that this hotel is going to revitalize Mount Airy. So what I want to say is, what is the hotel going to do for Mount Airy? And what I know that it will do, 100% definitely going to do, it's going to destroy the serene environment surrounding Glenwood and Maddie's house. It's going to destroy many trees. It's going to destroy the historic architecture of the mansion and its outlying structures. It's going to increase traffic on Kipling Avenue, disturbing its residents. It's going to increase potential crime with any vacant cabins and cars in the parking lot overnight with smash and grab. The Mount Airy Council representatives also talk about foot traffic to local businesses. There's not going to be foot traffic to any local businesses because they're too far away. This is kind of off the beaten path here. The one lady from town council already talked also about new coffee shops and meeting places opening in Mount Airy because of the increased people in the area that are going to the hotel. If the hotel has a coffee shop and has a meeting place, then why would the people leave the hotel and go to the places in Mount Airy? The cabins would definitely invite a party atmosphere. Many of us have camped at Winton Woods. Campfires invite alcohol, loud conversations, and for many, weed. Those would be triggers to the people visiting Maddie's house. Everything relating to this hotel revitalizing Mount Airy is totally unknown and totally hypothetical. The bottom line is there's no need to change the zoning at Pinecroft. There's a buyer ready and willing to keep this current zoning who will maintain the historic architecture and the peaceful grounds. This is a definite, not an unknown. As far as I can see, the cons far outweigh the pros for this change in zoning. Thank you.
Mr. Sturkey.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Yes,
sorry, I was
I'm sorry.
on. Sorry, Mr.
Sorry.
Burke, I was on mute there. Yeah, Mr. Burke, do you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. I would request that sometime relatively soon, we get the comfort break that you had suggested.
Sure, yes. I think, can we do one more speaker here, and then we'll take the break. So I'll give Patty Collins, if you're with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah,
Patty Collins, 817 Barge Salt Run Road, and I have been sworn in.
Okay.
Maddie's house with a purpose. So I'm going to speak from my heart. Maddie is a warrior for all of us. I met with Maddie and Julie quite a few times, and one of those times was with my niece, who is currently under addiction, and she's at another space and time, but I know she will be coming to Maddie's house to volunteer to continue her healing and help others. My husband, Bootsy Collins, and I have been all around the world. We've seen restaurants and we've seen Airbnbs. We've stayed at all of them. And all of that's great. But when you have a purpose such as Maddie's house, helping so many people, that the need is just so strong. My number one feeling right now, and I have to say feeling because it's just the way it is right now, Maddie herself has so much love in her heart. When I'd see her, she would hug and give me that twinkle in her eye. So I know that the purpose for Maddie's house is Maddie's spirit. And she is the one that's overseeing all of these people who are coming into that front door at Maddie's house. So all I can say is, I pray that we continue to work together as one, as my husband would say, and let's help our communities. Let's help those who come through the doors of Maddie's house, healing with a purpose, and that's Maddie. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Collins. Any questions for Ms. Collins?
No.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, so do we have any more speakers in the room? Okay. Well, one or two more. Okay, great. If everyone can just hold tight, we are gonna go ahead and take that short break. Let's call it 10 minutes. So we'll come back here on the record at 1:05. And we will finish with our public comment. After that, again, if the planning department has any comments they would like to make, I'll give them that opportunity. But let me just ask, is there anything that anyone from the planning department is going to want to offer here outside of the staff report that's already been submitted?
I don't really think that we have anything further to discuss beyond what is already in the staff report and has already been provided.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. So hearing that, we'll finish up with public comment, and then we'll go into the presentation by Mr. Houston and his clients, and then we will allow you cross-examination, Mr. Burke, of anyone that he brings to testify, and then we'll move into rebuttal and closing statements. So see everyone in 10 minutes at 1:05. Till then, we are in recess. Thank you. All right. We're going to try to get started here again. If we could have everyone come back to the meeting. Give us just another minute here before we get started again. Okay. We did have someone join us late under iPhone 8 while we're getting ready to get back into this. If you could give me your name or provide me with your name and let me know if you'd like to testify here or comment at the hearing today.
Victoria Crumpleman.
Okay. And would you like to provide some comment?
You know, I have not been sworn in.
Yeah, I just mean at the hearing at some time.
I'm good. Everybody has very eloquently said what I would have wanted to say. And however, I am in opposition to the project. I will say that.
Okay. We will, well, if that's all you'd like to say, if you could go ahead and just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly do.
Okay. And you'd like to just state that you're opposed. Is that right?
With maybe one or two sentences wrapped around that.
Okay, let's give it 1 second. Let me just make
Sure.
sure everyone's back in the room.
Okay.
And David, will I be able to speak?
You will. I had you as, correct me if I'm wrong, the real estate agent representing the buyers
Right.
of the
Yeah,
property. Is that right? So
that's
are you
right.
not, so you're not part of the applicant team with Mr. Burke?
I guess not technically.
So I guess my question then was, would you like to testify as in your individual capacity or
Yes,
on behalf of the owner and or
on
applicant?
behalf of the owners. Yes. Yeah, because I've known them for years.
Okay, Mr. Burke, do you have any stance on this? Is this someone that you were wanting to call?
I would take the same position that Kit took earlier. If she wants to testify, she is welcome to, but she's not part of who I am presenting as a witness.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, Mr. Schwarber, I will give you an opportunity. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get started again. I'm gonna quickly start with, and again, if you could remind me your name, the woman that I just swore in.
Sure, it's Victoria Crumpleman.
Could you spell your last name for me?
KRUMPELMAN.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and start us off here? What would you like to tell me?
Sure. My husband Jeff and I became aware of Maddie's house a little over 4 years ago when tragically my stepson had taken his life. And through a mutual friend, we were brought into the fold of Maddie's house with Steve and Julie. We have seen this project literally from the ground up as volunteers and friends, community members. Honestly, there were times when there was so much going on over there that it was unimaginable that this thing would actually take form and would become what it is today. And I think that's been very well described by both people on the board, by people that use Maddie's house, by family members. I would just like to say that when I was at the meeting a couple weeks ago, there is a huge mismatch and an inconsistency between the mission and vision of Maddie's house, the programming that goes on over there. I am a volunteer. I work in the gardens. I've painted. I've been around all the other volunteers. It's not that these people are against progress or having revenue come into Mount Airy. They're not anti any of that. There's just an inconsistent or deleterious impact on what Maddie's house has grown into and what this hotel and resort represents. I can't imagine the party cabins up and running without obvious substance use. I can't imagine that the folks at Maddie's house wouldn't be influenced by that. Also, as a business person, I listen to a business plan, and I agree with one of the other comments that I don't see this being a long-term solution in terms of revenue builder for Mount Airy. I think it's a huge stretch to envision this type of a project as a standalone project without upscale restaurants and shopping nearby. So other than that, I just want to, I admire and congratulate all the folks that have stood up and have spoken from their heart about wanting to continue the mission of this organization. It's extraordinary. And that's it.
Thank you. I
You bet.
appreciate your time and your testimony.
You
Any
bet.
questions from Mr. Burke or Mr. Houston?
No, sir.
Okay, great. All right. Let's go. I'm going to move to the meeting room, but I want to give Ms. Schwarber an opportunity here quickly to provide any testimony if she would like.
Okay. And I'm Lynn Schwarber with Comey and Shepherd Realtors, and I'm representing the buyers in this transaction. I just wanted to speak to the character and the intentions of the buyers and shed some light on the deteriorating condition of the Crosley Mansion and the need for this restoration project. Reshma and Chris are incredibly smart, they're resourceful, creative, and their hearts are truly in the right place here. I've worked with them for many years. When their first child was just a couple years old, now they've got their fourth one on the way. They are family oriented and they truly want to create a legacy here and to make a difference. They're not some large corporate investor in this just to make a buck. They'll do quality work that will both meticulously preserve the historic architecture and bring the property into the 21st century with thoughtful design. And they're making a huge investment in this community. It's not just about the purchase price. The true cost, and maybe people don't realize this, is also what it will take to get this property up to today's standards. We were there many times with several contractors. Plumbing needs to be torn out and redone. That's about $1 million. HVAC is currently 2 different boilers that need to be replaced. I think that was about another $1 million to redo. A fire prevention sprinkler system needs to be installed, sewer lines redone. The old slate roof needs to be tediously taken apart and relaid. Landscaping needs revamped. Everything has to be done per strict historic guidelines, and the cost for all that added several million to this project. And that's just for infrastructure before you can even get into the new renovations. And if these improvements aren't made, this piece of Cincinnati history will continue to deteriorate. All of these improvements will help all of its neighbors. They're improving safety, lighting, landscaping, and I believe this boutique hotel can coexist beautifully with those who are seeking help in addiction recovery next door. Maddie's house will still operate and continue the great work they're doing, and this project is not going to change that. On the rooftop bar issue, there certainly are many other examples of drug and alcohol addiction and mental health facilities close to establishments that serve alcohol. In Westchester, Beckett Springs Recovery Center is right across the street from Lori's Roadhouse, a huge country bar with a stage for bands where they sell buckets of beer. Lumiere Healing Center is right next door to a Holiday Inn, which of course has a restaurant bar. What we're talking about at the Crosley Hotel is a high-end small rooftop bar, not a dive bar with a rowdy crowd. They're planning wellness retreats, corporate events, special weekends like a Harry Potter themed event for kids, in addition to the beautifully magnificent weddings that have already been taking place there for years. So I'm not sure where this narrative of people drinking and doing drugs, wandering the grounds has come from. That's not what this high-end project will be about. This project is going to celebrate Pinecroft and its history. It will become a place everyone can enjoy for generations to come. Are they taking a huge financial risk here? Yes, they are, but it takes brave entrepreneurs like this to invest in our communities and to spark even more economic development in an area of the city that sorely needs it. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Burke, did you have any questions for Ms.
No, sir.
Schwarber? Okay, Mr. Houston.
Yeah, just a few. Ms. Schwarber, you clearly have a financial interest in this transaction, correct?
That's right. Like I said, I'm the agent representing them on the purchase.
Yeah, and you mentioned a Westchester recovery facility that was across the street from a country western bar. Is that what you said?
That's right, Beckett Springs.
Yeah. Do you know the hours of operation of that bar?
Of the bar?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Lori's Roadhouse is open, I think, pretty much every night and weekends and open late and yeah. I mean, into like 2 a.m. I think.
But it opens at in the evening and goes to the late hours.
They serve food, yeah, dinner afternoon, yeah.
And then you said there was another one next to a Holiday Inn. Which one was that again?
Lumiere. It's on Tyler's Way.
Does that Holiday Inn have outdoor landscaping that would encourage people to walk about the premises?
No, it's right next door to it. So Lumiere is here and Holiday Inn is just down the road right here. So,
Down the road? How far down the road?
well, if you look on a map, you actually see it is right, the very next building. It's
Okay.
right next.
And does that Holiday Inn have landscaping that would encourage people to walk outside with alcohol?
No, not really. I mean, they have a restaurant bar, but people aren't wandering around outside.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Schwarber. Okay, we're going to move back to the meeting room now. The individual at the microphone, the floor is yours. If you give us your name, your address, and confirm you were sworn in.
Yes, good afternoon now it is. My name is Gina Hawkins. I'm the Community Projects Manager for, I'm the Community Project Manager for UMADAP of Cincinnati. We stand for the Urban Minority Alcoholism Drug Abuse Outreach Program. We've been community partners with Maddie's House for the past 3.5 years, working arm in arm linked, boots on the ground in the community, bringing awareness for the trauma, drug addiction, alcoholism, suicide, prevention work that we've been doing in partnership with Maddie's House. They've hosted us and they host us for 3 major events in our program. We've submitted a letter to you to support Maddie's House in this endeavor and hoping the growth of Maddie's House as it is much needed because we are all mental health service organizations in the city are impacted with a growth in clientele because of the numbers of suicides, overdose, and addiction patterns in the state and in the city and in Hamilton County and in the city of Cincinnati. So with Maddie's House in partnership with UMADAP, who has been doing the work of recovery for 45 years, we just celebrated, we bring that longevity and that history along with the idea of future plans for what's happening at Crosley Estate, that history is Cincinnati's history, but the future of the Cincinnati's history is the healing of this work that we do to impact a community of people. As the community's project manager, community is the big part of my job. We must be a community to heal ourselves. And we must have that space. And this is more than just Maddie's house, and the spirit of Maddie is here, as was said so eloquently by Patty. But it is a healing vessel where we could come and recover and recoup our own. As I speak to this young couple that's looking to purchase this, you don't know the future of your children and what's going to trigger them and affect them. But we see those lives every day coming from low income to high income families suffer the same illness. It's not any difference if it's in a high part of town or a mid income area or a low income area. This drug and alcohol addiction and abuse affects us all, and it's a ripple effect. It takes our children, it takes our parents. And we need this partnership and this opportunity with Maddie's House to grow, to help save our community here in Cincinnati. We have an event planned here next week with fishing at the lake, where young people were engaged so much so that they reminded me, aren't we going fishing this year? To sit around there. It was so uplifting and healing for me as I battle in my recovery. Recovery is our job, to help and heal lives. And that's what we're here to do today. We're hoping to support Maddie's House in this effort and grow with this program. And we hope the community at large and people understand that it's more than just profit. People are first. And we're trying to be servants to what we do here and healing our community of Cincinnati. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Can you confirm you were sworn in?
Yes, and I was sworn in
Okay,
earlier.
thank you. Any questions from attorneys?
No questions.
Okay, great. We'll move to the next speaker in the meeting room.
My name's Eric Jones. Excuse me. My name's Eric Jones. I live in North College Hill, and I've been sworn in. I just want to talk. I want to throw one number out there: 17.6. That is how many veterans commit suicide every day. I was there before I found Maddie's house. Sorry. Multiple occasions I have struggled with thoughts of suicide, and, but Maddie's house is someplace I can come. I wish I could take the camera out and show you where I sat and struggled with these thoughts, and, the serenity of the lake that it provides for people like me to come and sit and think and just process through life. Where at home there was so much going on, I didn't have a place to process. But I come to Maddie's house. I come for an NA meeting every Wednesday, and I'm trying to make more of the other events that they have. I was here last Friday for dinner and games and just a hangout. My father spoke earlier about what his son would be like if Maddie's house wasn't here. I don't think I would be. I don't honestly think without Maddie's house, I would not be here. I came back from the military in 2012, didn't start into the VA till about 2015. Struggle with depression, PTSD, anxiety, along with many other things. And I get just as much from the VA as I do Maddie's house. Those are the two places that I go to find my recovery, find my help with my mental issues. And every time I walk in this door, there are people who greet me with a smile and a hug if I need it, And, for me, it would be very triggering to have alcohol on the premises, Even if I don't see it, knowing that it's there and that I could walk maybe less than a quarter mile over to the hotel and go to the bar would be triggering. It would be a daily thought when I come here that I don't need to have of, okay, I'm gonna go to Maddie's house and do what I need to at Maddie's house, but after that, if, I have a emotional meeting or am not in the right headspace, I could walk, you know, a quarter of a mile and get a drink. And when people have talked about drug use at the proposed cabins, to us, marijuana is still a drug, no matter that it's legal in the state of Ohio or not. It's still what led me to harder drugs. I know it's cliche to say marijuana was a gateway drug, but it can be. For me, it was. It started with marijuana and moved on to harder stuff as I got older. And, you know, even when I walk downtown at Fountain Square, I smell it, and it brings back memories of, okay, those were good times. You know, I can, you know, maybe once is going to be okay, and then, you know, but I know that one is never enough, and 1,000, or I forget, but it's one is never enough, and 1,000 isn't either. You know, so it's going to lead me back to a lifestyle of poor choices on my behalf. And, you know, it'll take away knowing that these things are possibly here. And I say possibly, they may not be, but having the thought in my head that, you know, less than a football field away, there could be somebody smoking marijuana, drinking, doing other drugs. It's going to deter, you know, someone like me who I have just over a month clean from coming here, because I can only speak for me, but as new in recovery, I don't want to put myself in those situations where I can slip back into old habits. And that is very easy for an addict to do. It's because it's what we're comfortable with, what we've done for years. And, you know, that's, you know, defeats the purpose of Maddie's house. Completely defeats it. But yeah, that's all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions from attorneys?
Yeah, briefly, Mr. Jones, you were pointing to your right as you were talking. Is the lake at issue to your right?
Yes. I wish I could take the camera and show you guys and have you hear, you know, how Kipling's close, but you don't hear it. You don't hear the people going 65 miles an hour down Kipling. You hear an occasional plane go over, but what you hear most of the time is the fountain in the middle of the lake, the water coming down and hitting the lake, the wind in the trees, which is all going to be taken away. Maybe not all of it, but a good portion of it will be taken away with the proposed changes.
Thank you for sharing your testimony. We really appreciate it. No further questions from me.
No questions from me.
Thanks again, Mr. Johnson. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Helen Bisdorf, and I did not plan on speaking today. I live in Blue Ash, and I've known Julie for a long time, and I knew Maddie, and that's how I got involved with Maddie's house. I have 2
Were you
points.
sworn in, Ms. Bisdorf?
Yes, I was sworn in this morning. First, to the realtor, I know where, and I've done benefits and different things at Laurie's Roadhouse, and it's across a really busy street that people don't normally walk across. So it's not even a comparison, because as you just pointed out, as I sit here and I look out the window, they open the doors and you can hear the pond. And I wonder how people are going to be able to have the serenity and tranquility that they get when they go down to the pond to think, to read, to play, or to fish with people kayaking and with cabins right there. So it will just change Maddie's house, not for the better, which I would understand it would impact a huge amount of lives from this area and from greater Cincinnati larger. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any questions from attorneys? Or I'm sorry, not Ms. Williams, Ms. Bisdor.
Thank you.
Any
Okay,
questions from
thank you.
attorneys?
Yes, just a brief question. Are you now suggesting that the people who actually own the property cannot kayak on the lake?
I'm just saying that I can see people going down to the lake and, you know, if they're going to fish. Are you going to fish in a place where you're kayaking also? I don't know, maybe. I'm not a fisher person, but I think that there should be an answer that can keep Maddie's house and help the community at the same time. So, you know, work on it.
Thanks, Ms. Bisdorf. Any other questions? Okay.
No, sir.
All right. Is there anyone else in the meeting room that would like to provide any comment? Okay, great. Well, thank you all for your testimony and for being here. We did have one person join us late, TJ. Ma'am, if you would like to provide any comments, could you let me know now?
No, this is Tajia Blake.
you
I
hear
think
me?
I've already.
Can you
I've
hear
already-
me?
No, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Blake. I was referring to this
Oh,
another woman that joined
okay.
us, another TJ. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes. Could you give me your full name, please?
TJ Smith, my legal name Tafrenda, but TJ Smith, I'm president of Mount Airy Town Council.
Okay, great. And do you want to provide testimony here today? And if so, I'll need to swear you in.
Yes,
Okay.
because I
If you
represent
could,
town council and
sure.
it's also my personal opinion as well.
Okay. If you could raise your right hand for me. I need you to answer out loud. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great. What would you like to tell us?
I am president of Mount Airy Town Council for the past 2 years. Also previous president and I can't remember my dates, but about for 4 years. I currently work in Mount Airy. I've worked in Mount Airy for almost 14 years, and I'm a former resident of Mount Airy for like 5 years. Based on the community presentation that Reshma and Chris did, Mount Airy Town Council wrote a letter of support for the project. Mount Airy has suffered from a lack of economic development for more than 20 years. And I know I moved to Cincinnati in 1990 to Mount Airy. It was the first neighborhood I lived in. And it was struggling then and it has gone downhill over the years. But this project, I think, personally, will breathe new life into a stagnant property. I think it will add new jobs. I think it will attract new businesses and tourism while trying to preserve the unique history of the Powell Crosley estate as much as possible. Regarding the concerns of traffic increase and noise, I think that, you know, speed cushions can be added to Kipling. This is not a new issue. Traffic has been an issue on Kipling for years, but that could be addressed through community effort and request to DOTE, something that they could, you know, resolve if the community came together and worked on that. I just believe the use of the pond could be resolved with conversations between the parties and not accusations going back and forth. And I think that part of the issue here, it seems like, is that people sound like they think that, you know, there's a thought to close Maddie's house or impact it in a way that it can't function. And I think that that's wrong. I don't think anyone is opposed to Maddie's house. And I think that people do respect the important work that's being done there. I just feel like this is something that the community needs. And regarding the, you know, the presentation, I mean, the majority of the people in the room honestly have never been to a Mount Airy Town Council meeting. And for years, I think that we've been begging people to join the town council and help, promote community engagement and have conversations about what we want and what we want to do for our community. And we just don't get that support. And so we move forward because we do have a group of people that have been very committed over the years and worked really hard, including other organizations like CURE and our civic club and so forth. And so, I just wanted to say that no one is opposed to the important work of Maddie's House. But I do think that both entities can exist with minimal impact on Maddie's House with conversations. This isn't something that they want to bring in that's like a fly by night kind of place. We were very impressed with the presentation, including the cabins, which, I'm thinking that people think that these are like fishing cabins or something very, very, very rough. And I feel like this is more of an upscale project that I've seen in other countries and other places and magazines and so forth that are very, very nice. And I think there's a certain type of client that you'll bring in based on this project. So, I feel like people should give it a chance and not worry about, well, we don't know these people. I don't know you either. We don't know each other. You can't base things on not knowing people. I think that you have to look at, let's get around the table and talk things out and see what we can work out together. That's it.
Good. Thank you very much, Ms. Smith, for your testimony. I'd like to ask the attorneys if they have any other questions for you.
I do not.
None here. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks again, Ms. Smith. Okay, is there anyone on the call that did not get an opportunity to provide public comment at this point? Okay, fantastic. Let's go ahead then, and we will move into presentation from Mr. Houston, who represents Maddie's House.
Yeah, Mr. Sturkey, I think we'll just go straight to testimony and essentially submit the argument through closing. Is that agreeable, or are you looking for the argument now as well?
Of course, it's up to you, however you want to do
I
it.
think it can be covered in closing.
Okay.
I think we've all been here long enough, right? We will call Miss Julie Raleigh first.
Great.
Hello?
Hello. Can you confirm she was sworn as well?
I was sworn in. I'm Julie Raleigh. I'm Maddie's mom, and I am the CEO and founder of Maddie's House.
Thank you.
That covers some of it. Ms. Raleigh, did you read the brief submitted by Tap Law on behalf of Maddie's House?
Yes, I did. Kit.
And do you generally agree with everything that was stated in that brief?
Absolutely.
Okay, and everything in that brief was true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you said your position in Maddie's House. Can you just say that one more time?
I'm Maddie's mom. That's my favorite title. But I am the founder and CEO of Maddie's House.
Okay. Can you just tell us a little bit about Maddie's House? I mean, we've been able to glean that from all the testimony, but we'd like to hear it from you as well.
Yeah. My daughter, Maddie, I lost my daughter, Maddie, in 2019. She took her own life at the young age of 24 years old. She described the disease of mental health and addiction as, every day I wake up, Mom, I feel like I'm at war. I'm at war with myself and the world. And she also would describe it as, I have to be battle ready. I don't know what triggers, I don't know what's going to come at me that day, because one thing can trigger her to just go back that rat hole or that black hole. She described it as, when I slip back to, struggling with my depression or anxiety or my PTSD or my substance use disorder, I jump into a black hole and I have to crawl my way to the top to get to the top again. And it's a tough disease. It's a forever disease. It doesn't go away, and you got to battle it every day. Maddie's House is a mental health hangout for recovering young adults. We started in a little storefront on the west side of town. A friend gave me a 2,200 square foot storefront. We served 10,000 people, and they spent 100,000 hours in that little 2,000 square foot storefront. Mercy Health got wind of what we were doing. They did an extensive feasibility study of the repeat of overdoses coming in and out of the hospital, the repeat of psychosis that was coming at, the relapses, the Narcan use, and they decided to partner with us. And they called and said, we want to give you
17 acres off of 74 North Bend to build Maddie's house. But we went to the trustees and they said, we don't want those people in the richest zip code of Green Township. So they denied us. So Mercy Health said, we're not going away. We're going to find you a place. They took us to Hamilton, Anderson, Blue Ash, all sorts of places. Over on Banning Road, they took us to Banning Road and said, you can have land here. But I kept coming here because Maddie's first suicide attempt was at Mercy Health Mount Airy, right here on the campus, right here where we are here at Maddie's house. So I always knew this is where Maddie would have wanted Maddie's house to be. Maddie's house was Maddie's idea. She said, Mom, when I get out of rehab, there's no place to go. They tell me to go to 90 meetings in 90 days. AA, NA, see my psychologist, take my medicine. But where's the community? Where's the people that understands me? She always said, Mom, you cannot love me through this disease. You don't have it. You don't understand me. I need people that understand me. And that's exactly, you heard from numerous members today. You heard from numerous community members, volunteers. That's what Maddie's House does. It's a community. It's that third space. It's a safe space, and we're here to stay.
Thank you. And then we heard from just recently one of the members of the town council whose message, and I'm paraphrasing, was the parties need to get together and cooperate. If this relief is granted to this applicant, do you feel it will have an adverse effect on Maddie's house? And if so, can you let us know what that effect, what you feel would be?
I think you heard those words from so many people today, Kit, and to the council and to David Starkey here. We've heard it over and over again, what this is going to do to our beautiful campus here. And TJ, I am willing to start coming to town council meetings, and I'm willing to help you. I want to better the area because this is where Maddie's house is, and I want to make it better. So I am willing. I am here today saying I will start coming to meetings and see what we can do as the community here at Maddie's house to help you on the town council.
Yeah, I'm gonna just interject with a question of my own. I'll allow Mr. Burke to respond to this as well, but Ms. Raleigh, to what extent have there been conversations between the applicants and Maddie's house to try to mitigate potential adverse impacts or to coexist?
None. That we've had no about any issues. They did come. I invited them to Maddie's house to see it, to learn about Maddie's house. We had a lunch for them here. Both Chris and Rashma come. And I shared our mission, and they shared a little bit about building cabins that they said would cost between $400 and $600 a night. They said that's where they felt their financials were coming from. They said they're going to build a hotel. They did share they're going to build a restaurant or a farm to table, I believe is what they said, along with a rooftop bar, which, whoa, counterintuitive to what we're doing here and what Glenwood Behavioral Health Hospital is doing here. No pond. Okay. They said at the last community council conversation, I believe, that was about 10 days ago on a Thursday evening at Mount Airy Middle School. They made mention of the pond. They said, oh, well, when we met with the Raleighs, they didn't make mention of the pond. But let me talk to a little bit about the pond. When we took over here at Maddie's house, the pond was overgrown. There was honeysuckles. You could not walk to the pond. And it was that was our backyard. It was I saw the potential. I'm a visionary. I see things different than other people. So I made a meeting with Beth Johnson, who is the executive director of Cincinnati Preservation Association. I went to her and I said, Beth, it's an eyesore. Nobody's taken care of this pond in years. Sister June, who used to live here, confirmed that. Nobody cared about it. It is on the property of Pinecroft. But I said, if I clean it up, if I get my volunteers, and there's been volunteers here today that help clean this up. We had bush hogs out here. We had volunteers. We had grass cutters. They made this place look spectacular. And I know Chris and Rashma have pictures of it up on their website, the Crosley Hotel, because it's a gorgeous place. It's a serene place. You heard that from so many of our members. We paid for a beautiful fountain. It lights up at night. We paid Jones Fishery every month to come in here and put dye to clean it up so we stock the pond with fish. I can show you all the receipts of how much money that Maddie's house and our donors have spent to make this serene pond the way it looks today, because it did not look like that. And that was under the care of Cincinnati Preservation Association. We did that.
Ms. Raleigh, do you believe that this project and Maddie's house can coexist?
No, absolutely not. Not with hotel, transient people, 24/7, coming in and coming out. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not with a rooftop bar, we got parking issues with them and taking away possibly our access and our road and having us to create and cut down huge amounts of tree lines to access our road and use our whatever our easement is called back there to create that line in or a road in. No.
Okay.
And party cabins? Absolutely not. That is something I picked up from one of our members that talked about it. That's what a cabin is. It's a party cabin. You don't know what they're doing. There's no hotel manager that's looking down what they're doing. Now, maybe in the hotel they can have some kind of control if they have, seasoned managers or security on site. But putting little cabins, which they shared with us, they would put cabins up on the trees, looking on the cabins. What security is that? You can take a piece of cloth, cover it over the cabins, and do whatever you want. I've seen it.
Thank you, Ms. Raleigh. Mr. Houston, sorry for interrupting there. I just wanted to ask a couple of those questions.
No worries. You made my job a little easier.
No, I'm sure. Mr. Burke, are you okay with waiting for Cross to follow up on any of that?
I'm fine to wait for Cross until he's done with the direct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Houston.
Thank you. So, Julie, can you tell me a little bit about the day-to-day operations of Maddie's house? How many guests come in there a day, a week, a year? What time of the day do they typically come in? Can we get a little bit more color on that topic?
Sure. During the day, we have 8 employees that we employ here. I'm a free employee. I've never taken one penny for everything that I've done for Maddie's house. We have a business development director. We have a program manager. We have oh gosh, Caitlin, tell me your title here, Kate. Yes, I'm having brain freeze. We have staff. We have 5 staff members that come in and check in our members at night. We have a groundskeeper that helps us. We have 3 volunteer gentlemen. They call themselves the 3 Amigos that cut our grounds for free, keep it up, make it look nice. We have garden gals that come in and take care of all our beautiful flowers to make it look pretty and beautiful for our members to come in. We are typically open every evening, Monday through Friday, from 5 o'clock to about 9:30 at night. That is when we have NA groups, AA groups, NAMI groups. We have peer-to-peer support. We have parent support. We have grief support. We have programming, which includes art therapy, which includes we have clubs, fishing club, book club, chess club. I can go on. And everything we do at Maddie's house is completely free because Maddie didn't have a lot of money. So we took anything you get in a rehab, we have here on site for free. We have special events. Every Friday, I think they mentioned about our Friday night fun. We have community dinner. We have between 50 and 70 people that show up for community dinner. La Rosa's provides the first Friday of the month. Skyline Chili donates the second Friday. F&N Chicken the third. We have Crossroads that comes in and cooks if there's a fifth Friday, and we work closely with Les Soup brings our food in on the 4th. We have over 117 community partners. You heard from UNIDOP earlier, but we have 117 community partners that we work with. On the weekends, we take them on field trips. We have a transit van that a wonderful family donated to us. This month, we took them to the WWE wrestling match downtown. We took them to Kings Island to go through the scary haunted houses and ride a couple rides. Last week, they did apple picking. So we try and bring the community together, and they support each other and stay safe at these different events. And we pay for everything. It's supported by us because most of our members, they don't have money. I had one of the young girls that went to Halloween Haunt, and she said, Mrs. Raleigh, she said, I have always wanted to go to Kings Island. I've never been able to afford it, but most importantly, I never had a friend to go with. That hurt my heart. But now she has friends to go with because we're here and we provide that service.
Thank you. And can you tell, have the current operations, which I believe is run by Delight More, is primarily some sort of event or wedding venue.
Yes.
reception area. Has that use ever interfered with your use at Maddie's house?
No, they hire a security guard that actually sits in our in our parking lot, and there is no one that is allowed to exit their tent. It's a big tent, and all the alcohol it's not alcohol you can go buy. It's the bride or groom, whoever's paying for the event or the wedding, they're paying for it. So it's served that way, and it's all run under Delightmore's liquor license. It's not a liquor license that's owned by Pinecroft. It is owned by Delightmore, and so you cannot buy a liquor that way. It has to be served to you, and that's how they do it. But nobody comes down this way with any liquor. We've never had any issue with any of the nights we've been open with this situation. And it's a temporary situation. I want to put that in. They're only open about 7 months a year. And normally it's a Friday, Saturday event. And it's about like a 6 to 11 because it closes down at 11. It does not go to wee hours of the night. It is very controlled. Michael Forgis, who runs it, is a great neighbor. We get along with him. He's allowed us to come up. I think you heard our Spark program was up there, and we work hand in hand. If I have a lot of people coming for a meeting, sometimes we go up there because we don't have a lot of space. We've outgrown this space that we have here. This is the largest room in the house, and you had 100 people sitting in here today. Some meetings when we're celebrating like an anniversary. Last week we had 167 people come to celebrate Harold, who was our Wednesday Warrior leader. And we don't have a place, but they can go outside and they can go inside.
Thank you. So it sounds like that if Delightmore, I'm just going to say, who operates the property, operates Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Your organization operates Monday through Friday. There's only overlap of one night. That Friday night would be the only time.
Yes, overlapping, but we're operating on Saturdays and Sundays too. We're open all day Saturday and Sundays. We open at Sunday for our early morning group at 8:30 in the morning. We have coffee corner. We have specialty coffees on Sundays that they come in for. So we are a 365 day a year recovery mental health hangout for recovering young adults. So we don't close. We are here on holidays because they are very vulnerable during holidays. So we are here to support them and be here for them. We do not close.
And did you see the development plan showed by the applicant early in the presentation?
Yes, I did. I have it right here. I have a blown up portion of it so people can see it.
And can you point to the direction where you refer to them as, I think, party shacks, but the standalone facilities along the lake? Can you point to which direction they would be?
I'm gonna grab the blown up proposed improvements. It's what I think they said, total proposed improvements. Can you see it?
Fair enough. It depends on what kind of detail you need us to see.
Let me, I was gonna say I could share my screen that I think has that image.
Okay.
I don't know how she would point to that, but
well, let's see if I can put it in front. I can put it more in front of my face. So here is the pond. And if you notice, it is shaped in an arrow. And Pal Crosley purposely did this. This is a piece of his history. It's in his book about the pond and about the reason he put the arrow that way. The arrow is shaped that way because when he was flying his plane home, when he was looking over the property, he knew he was home here. And he had a polo field that he would land his plane on right next to the arrow-shaped pond that you will see. So if they're going to take away the pond or change the pond or deepen the pond, this is a piece of history. You don't want to take away this. This was created by Pal Crosley. Pal Crosley Jr., the original owner that built Pinecroft. And the mansion, excuse me?
I said that pond's right outside the window to your right. Is that correct?
Oh, yes. It's our backyard. It is our backyard. Stone's throw away.
And looking at the plan that's in your hand that's also been submitted in the record and where you're standing right now, you feel that you would be able to easily see and or hear what's going on in the cabins across the lake, especially if that fountain is gone?
Easily. They're right here. I know they're saying they're going to be hidden by trees, but I don't know how many trees, like they said, they couldn't even tell us how many trees they have to take down to bring in a prefabbed mirrored house. A prefab mirrored house, that does not align with history. That does not align with Pal Crosley's mission and what he wanted, or the sisters, or anybody else that has owned this property. This is known as the property of peace. This was a house of peace. This is all about peace, and that's what Maddie's house brings to everybody. You heard that over and over again. It's all about peace. This is disruption. This is not peace.
Okay, and let me ask you a little bit about your building that you're standing in currently. This was, I believe, gifted to you by Bon Secours Mercy Health. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, they did. They gifted it to us we didn't pay a penny for it.
And have you made any structural changes to that facility?
Yeah, we put on a new front door, so it's a glass front door. We have taken down some walls because this was built in 1937, and it was very cookie cutter to accommodate some of our meetings and stuff. This actually was built in the 60s by the Franciscan Sisters of the Poor. The room we're standing in, we call it the sunroom. This actually was their chapel. They had masses and conducted masses in here. And there was a wall that was here that the chapel separated their office and the priests where they changed for the services. So we did take this wall down to create an open space, an open air space, to be able to look over our pond and our beautiful grounds. And I wish you could see it today because the colors are getting gorgeous.
And let me ask you this. Could Maddie's house use the property at issue for its business purpose without the need for a variance?
Absolutely. They are exactly what we are. They are IR, and I believe that's industrial residential. Is that correct? Help me here. IR is industrial and residential. Yes.
I have to look at the designation. I think it's, give me 1 second, make sure. Regardless.
Institutional residential.
Institutional, yeah.
It's institutional residential.
Institution. Okay, I'm sorry. Institution. Thank you, Kate. Thank you.
Yeah. And would any changes need to be made physically to the Crosley estate?
No, I want to present two pieces. I wrote Dick Duvall, the former board president, came through Maddie's house after we had put a bid on it. He said, I want to come and see what Maddie's house is all about. So he came here and he shared with me, he said, Julie, I think they're worried about what you're going to go in and what you're going to do to the Crosley estate. He said, why don't you write a letter? Write a letter, address it to me. This is a copy of the letter. Dick Duvall has a copy of it, and so does Beth Johnson. Dear Mr. Duvall and dear
To this.
Mrs. Beth Johnson, and I told them,
Ms. Raleigh,
quote unquote.
Mr. Sturkey, I do want to make an objection to this. We've all done, I think, a pretty good job of trying to share things in advance. This is brand new. I have no idea what's in these letters. We've not seen them.
Beth has a copy.
Julie, if you could just give us 1 second here. Mr. Houston,
She's going to read from the letter. It's not actually, we're not requesting the actual letter be submitted unless you would like it submitted. I can't tell you, I'm not even sure exactly what the letter says, but I mean, she's given testimony from her personal knowledge, and whether she talks about the letter and reads from it or talks about it and doesn't read from it, she should be allowed to submit it.
Yeah, I tend to agree there. I'll overrule the objection.
So I can read I just want to read the last two paragraphs. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Am I allowed to read it?
You could, yes.
Okay, thank you. So our vision for Pinecroft is that it would become the space for who we currently serve, young adults 18 and over. We would move all our adult services from this property here up to Pinecroft. And our current building would become the space for youth ages 12 to 18. We started this summer helping high schoolers and middle schoolers, and we want to continue to grow this because this is when they are most vulnerable. We would then have a wellness campus. That is my dream. That is Maddie's dream. That is Glenwood Behavioral Health Stream, a wellness catalyst. Adolescents are at risk to develop substance use disorder from experimenting with drugs and alcohol during their middle school and high school years. And suicide is one of the leading causes of deaths among preteens and teens. And I want to state something right here, right now. Dr. Samarco, our Hamilton County coroner, called me in May, and she said, we have 9 kids from the ages of 12 to 19 that took their lives within 2 weeks. So she had 9 kids in the morgue. She said, Julie, what can we do? And that's why we developed our high school summer camp. We have great respect for the history and legacy of what Powell Crosley built. We would preserve and maintain the interior and exterior of Pinecroft's original beauty, as well as continue giving tours and teach about the estate's rich history. In hope, Julie and Steve Raleigh, Maddie's parents. And I know Mr. Dick Duvall had received a copy of this, and so did Miss Beth Johnson. These are copies that were in my files.
Thank you. So Maddie's house would be in a position to use the property without any significant structural changes. Is that true?
Absolutely.
And it would be able to comply with the architectural restrictions that the CPA has submitted in the record in this matter? Is that also true?
We would do that with utmost yes.
And let's talk a little bit about, and I'll get into this with Ms. Reynolds as well, the offers that were made for the property. Can you tell us about the initial offer, at least monetarily, what that encompassed?
Yeah. Monetarily, we offered starting at $1.7 million with an escalation clause of up to $2 million. I went out to some of our donors and they pledged money for us. I know the money I was going to take out of our bank account, and I had great response. We have over 5,800 donors in our database that donate to Maddie's House every year, and they said, yes, we see the need, why you want to expand your services and want to start helping below the age of 18.
And I understand that, let's back up. And did you hear there was some testimony given about the expenses needed to essentially preserve this property? Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. And what I would like to present here today is if we would attain the property, Delightmore has offered to continue and to stay and continue to paying for the costs. And I'm going to go over a couple of those costs. So they would want to continue as the event venue doing weddings on property at Pinecroft. And right now they pay rental fee to the Cincinnati Preservation Association. I believe in 2024, they paid $106,000. Estimated for 2025 is $110,000. They pay real estate taxes up to $60,000. They pay for lawn care, which is $44,000. Repair and maintenance, they've paid $62,000. They pay $60,000 in utility, and they pay for facilities maintenance of $68,000. So if we would attain the property, Delightmore would like to stay. They would like to continue the months that they do weddings and continue to keep the property up, and we would help keep the property, and we have many supporters in plumbing and electricity that would come, and I know that they would donate their time and their services like our architect Tony Ravianati did, because this house is built because the community, they came to call because they know the great need for this. There's no place like Maddie's House in the whole United States. This is the first one of its kind. And we were at an event presented at Mercy Health Convention, and they said, we feel Maddie's House is going to be the Ronald McDonald House for addiction and mental health issues. So our goal is to continue building more Maddie's Houses.
So would you be able to purchase, preserve, maintain, and operate the Crosley estate even without Delightmore's help?
Yes, we could do that too.
So that's icing on the cake.
Yep, they're icing on the cake.
Ms. Johnson, I believe, testified that she had seen some paperwork reflecting the donor base of Maddie's House. Are you familiar with what was provided to her?
I don't know what was provided to Miss Johnson. I don't know that.
I believe her testimony was that she had seen donor bases through 2019, donations through 2019. Have you picked up additional donors since 2019?
Huge. Like I said, we have over 5,800 donors in our donor base.
Yeah. And who are kind of some of the seminal donors, or the largest, most important donors?
Well, there's a lot of personal families that I don't want to feel it's not my right to tell that. We have numerous foundations that drive money into it, but we have 5 different fundraising events a year. We just had our huge golf tournament. It's a Maddie's House Celebrity Classic. It's right up on off of Coleraine. The name is Pebble Creek Country Club. We make a large amount of money there. We have an event at Christmas time. It's going to be at Clovernut Country Club during Christmas. Our big gala this year is we're building a 3-story Hollywood Square set. In the past, we've done roast and toast, which our first one was Marvin Lewis. I used to work for the Bengals for 11 years. I was their junior banger coordinator until I lost my daughter. Then the next year was my father, Simon Lease. Jerry Springer actually came and wrote a check to Maddie's House, and that was his last public appearance. The next year was Marty Brenneman, and huge amount came for that. Over 750 people come to this gala every year. Last year it was going to be Pete Rose, but George Foster stepped in because we lost one of the great eights in Pete Rose. And this year we're pivoting and we're doing going Hollywood, and we're building a Hollywood Square set. So we have 9 local sports and media celebrities that are going to be filled in our Hollywood Squares this coming February 21st. And in May, we have Mental Health 101 that we will be putting on. It's another fundraiser. And we are so blessed to have a telethon that happens in the summer. So that provides a lot of our wonderful cash into Maddie's House. Our donors are amazing. We're just very blessed. And we did start a new one this year. I almost forgot. I heard somebody in the back. We started a suicide awareness event. We partnered with the Bengals. It was called Tailgate for Tomorrow. A lovely father that lost his son that has a 3,500 square foot beautiful mansion on Anderson Township, and he lives right next to Joe Burrow. He sponsored a very big event, and we raised a lot of money.
Thank you. Is there anything else you feel is relevant to this matter that you would like to put into the record?
You know, I did my homework. You know, I talked to the past executive director, Paul Mueller, that was executive director for 12 years, and kind of got his feel on this. And he basically said if he was executive director over his dead body, that he would let.
Hearsay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, it's up. I don't think we're really subject to the rules of evidence, but I understand.
I'll leave. We'll leave this one out.
Okay.
Sustained. Yeah.
I did talk to one of the only living family members. He wrote the book Crosley. His name is Rusty McClure. He was the grandson of Lewis Crosley, Powell's brother, and we talked about the history. We talked about it is in 2008. He and Mercy Health was able to get it put into the National Historic Registrar. So he was very concerned at what was going to go in the interior of something in the National Historic Registry. So that is a family member that I did speak with.
Okay, I have no further questions for Ms. Riley. I don't know if we're going to move to Ms. Reynolds now, as we did on the.
I have.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have one closing comment. I think you've received numerous letters and leading CEOs of healthcare systems here in Cincinnati proper. John Starcher, the CEO of Bon Secours Mercy Health, he wrote an extensive letter channeling what happened in the gift to Cincinnati Preservation Association and then the gift to Maddie's House. And with this new possible tenant taking over, and he described his distrust and just what disruption that will be. You heard from the CEO of Glenwood Behavioral Health, Dr. Colleen Thomas Phillips, and her not approval of this. You also heard from Gina, her CEO of UNIDOP, which again stands for Urban Minority Alcoholism Drug Outreach Program. We've been working with them for 4 years. You heard from their CEO. You have a letter from her, Patricia Brown. And let me see. No. Trying to find, hold on. One more CEO that I'm forgetting. Obviously me, you got one for me as CEO of Maddie's House. So numerous healthcare providers and CEOs are completely opposed to what's going on there. And last but not least, Maddie's house. We're powered by angels, and Maddie's house is magical to so many that I think you heard from. So I just know between our volunteers, our staff, our donors, we're closing in on over 9,000 people that support us, and we work with and help every day.
And we have a petition that was
Hold on,
circulated.
I'm sorry, Ms. Blake. The time for public comment is over. I believe, Mr. Houston, you have no more questions from Ms. Raleigh, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I think in light of the extensive amount of testimony she provided, it would make more sense for Mr. Burke to do his cross-examination of Ms. Raleigh before your next witness, unless there's any objections to that.
No objection.
Okay, Mr. Burke, are you ready to proceed on cross, or
I
would
am.
you?
Thank
Okay,
you.
sure. Floor is yours.
Ms. Raleigh, first of all, I hope you understand that no one is opposed to the great work that you are doing with Maddie's house. Do you understand that? Nobody has objected to the work you're doing.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
There are times when you assume that you own a greater interest than you do. Several times during your testimony, you've talked about your pond. It's not your pond, is it?
No, sir, but we took care of it and brought it to the beauty that it is today.
And similarly, you've talked about your grounds. The Cincinnati Preservation through Crosley Holdings has almost 20 acres of property. You have about 1.5 acres. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, we're landlocked here.
Oh, you're not landlocked because you do have a tail that does run your property out to Kipling, correct?
Yeah, that would need to have extensive development. Yes, sir.
And you also are not landlocked because you have currently are using at least 2 other accesses to Maddie's house. One is the narrow driveway that comes in front of the mansion house and then turns right to Maddie's house, correct?
No, they told us we weren't allowed to use that access. They told us to use the access from Kipling coming in straight into Glenwood Behavioral Health and turning right. So that's the access that they told us we were allowed to use.
Who told you that?
I'll find it.
Did anybody tell you you can't use the driveway that runs in front of Maddie's house?
Well, it was actually, yeah, I'll tell you exactly who it was. It was CPA. It was Paul Mueller. He came down and shared that is not the way that we should enter. We should enter from the other side. So it was the executive director of Pinecroft at the time.
Okay. And that has not stopped you from getting access to your property, has it?
We don't use that access. We always use the other access.
I understand that. That's the point I'm trying to make. Without the access in front of the Pinecroft, you still have access to Maddie's house.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. But at the community meeting, when Chris and Rashma were speaking, they said that road comes along with Pinecroft. That's exactly what they told all the 60 plus members that were there. And they would own that, and that we would need to have to find another access. We'd have to create another access road in. And that's exactly what they said. And I'm under oath, and that is the truth.
Well, we're going to have to put them back on, and they will be under oath, and they will tell the truth as well.
We'll object to that. Case in chief is closed.
The fact of the matter is, if
yeah, just for the record, objection sustained. We can move on.
If the new purchasers of the property permit you to access Maddie's house by turning right off of the main driveway back to the hospital, that
Right.
gives you adequate access because that's the access you are using now, isn't it?
Sure. If they want to say that now, but that could change after they are the owners. That could change. You can say what you say now, but that doesn't mean that that's going to be that way when they take ownership.
And currently, by the grace of Cincinnati Preservation Association and Crosley Holdings, you've been provided with a relatively long-term lease for 13 parking spaces that you use, correct?
Yes, sir. We've had them for 2 years, and we have another 3 years left on that relief. I'm not.
And you have
Yeah.
a right to extend it for 2 more 5-year terms, correct?
Well, that's dependent on the owners of the property. That's completely dependent on the new owners. It doesn't say that the next, if it change hands, that they would agree to do that. So I have it until 2027, but there's no guarantees after that I'm going to have use of that particular parking, those 13 spaces.
Mr. Starkey, if we could interject, that the document says what it says. It's in the record. The easement rights that we're arguing about, we've already put in the brief that we maintain, we still have those rights. I mean, this has all been established. If you're trying to establish the access point they actually use, I understand, but I don't think we need to argue over the legal documents. They say what they say.
No, and I was a little surprised that I got a disagreement when I acknowledged that lease has 2 5-year extensions in it.
Yeah.
And I think that's why we
Also-
should leave it to the document, because I'm not sure she truly understands it like us attorneys do.
Could be.
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Burke, you can continue.
Thank you. And you have posted every one of those 13 parking spaces for the exclusive use of Maddie's house, correct?
Yes, we were told to do that.
Okay. And you want everyone to accept your property rights to those leases, correct?
To the parking space? Well,
Yeah.
sure. I mean, we entered into an agreement. I would absolutely say yes to that.
Right? But you don't accept the property rights of Cincinnati Preservation or the potential future donors, do you?
I'm not clear on what you're getting to. I don't understand the question.
All right. Let me ask you about several things that are in the brief that you've indicated you believe everything is accurate in, and you did say that, correct?
Yeah.
And the brief says that there, at page 2, there are proposed cabins, quote, planned to be built around the pond. The cabins are not being built all around the pond, are they?
Well, they're behind the pond, so around the pond, behind the pond. It's the wording I guess you choose to use, but they're around the pond, in the back. They're in the back of the pond, around the pond. Now, if you want to say a 360-degree circle around the pond, no, absolutely not. You show me on the plans, it's behind the pond, and that's around the pond.
Okay. Isn't it true that the cabins are clustered on the far side of the pond from Maddie's? The closest one being 442 feet away from Maddie's house.
Well, that's on the proposed plans. I don't know what will actually happen. Plans are plans. Things change.
And with regard to your use of the pond,
Yes, sir.
and we accept the fact that your folks did a nice job cleaning up some of the pond, you don't oversee all 360 degrees of the pond, do
It's
you?
360 degrees. You can walk. We even unearthed an old bridge that nobody knew was there. And there's a bridge. We call it the Bridge to Healthy. So you can walk around the pond. Paul Ventura, there's 2 benches over there that you can sit and you can look back at the pond, and they all the time go over and fish on the other side because the fish are everywhere. Excuse me?
Whose benches are those?
Excuse me?
You say there are 2.
There are benches. Yep. Somebody donated 2 wooden benches, and they put them over there so somebody could sit there.
Did you get permission from the property owner to put the benches over there?
Yes, because that was under Paul Mueller. Paul Mueller walked the property with me, and I told him exactly what I was going to do. And when he was still here before Beth came, I said, I'm gonna approach Beth. I'm gonna see if I can get use of the pond. He said, good for you. And I told him, if we put some benches here, would that be a problem if we get permission? And so we got use of the pond, that was all part of it.
And did you get permission in advance to put the fountain in the pond?
Yes, I talked with Beth Johnson. In
In
advance,
advance?
Beth sitting at your office, I said, if I purchase a fountain to keep it aerated, you said yes. Now this is between me and you, Beth, and yes, you did.
And did you get advance permission from Beth to put a paddle boat in the pond?
That was donated, and we immediately took it out, and that was not under Beth. That was under Paul Mueller. We had 2 paddle boats that were in the pond. That was when Paul Mueller was here. 2 people came and dropped them off, said, hey, we want to donate. We think this will be a great thing for Maddie's house. And they were taken away because we got, I believe, a letter from Paul saying they need to go. They need to go. So it was not under Beth. It was under Paul. So we did have them in the property, in the pond for maybe 5 weeks, 6 weeks. And then we were told to remove the 2 paddle boats. It was actually a pink one and a blue one. And we took them out.
And do you have any written agreement that your right to use the pond extends as long as you want it to?
It was completely, Beth and me, it was an oral agreement that we would do this. We would clean your land. We would stock the pond. We would beautify the area that's our backyard. And it was a verbal yes.
And do you recall that she told you it was okay as long as CPA owned the property?
I don't really think we discussed that part of it.
The brief at page 6 indicates that Maddie's house operates in full compliance with existing zoning. Is that true?
I don't completely understand, that's when we posed what we were going to do here at Maddie's house. They said that is completely compliant with IR. I've never worked for the zoning company. I know Beth has. Beth has been, she's worked in that capacity with permits and zoning. My degree is I'm a registered nurse. I went to UC and I'm a registered nurse. So I don't completely understand, zoning and variances. I'm learning. I'm doing the best I can learning, but my education is a registered nurse.
In addition to Kit, Steve Gooden is one of your attorneys, isn't he?
Steve has done some pro bono work for Maddie's house in the past.
And he is continuing to do some work now in representing you with regard to issues around the pickleball court?
Well, I don't know that that's going to stay with him. We've signed with Kit and Taft going forward.
Are you aware that just yesterday, both Steve Gooden and I received an email, as did Chris and Reshma, from an assistant city solicitor with regard to the zoning violations created by your pickleball court?
I'm not aware of that.
You were aware that that was an issue though, weren't you?
Yes, I was aware of that. Well, I can speak to that. When we took over here at Maddie's house and we met with Paul Mueller and our groundskeeper and their groundskeeper, they kind of showed us what we cut, and we've been cutting the whole area that is owned by Cincinnati Preservation Association down to that area.
But that doesn't give you a right to put something on their property that you didn't get permission for. And it doesn't give you the right under the zoning law to cross the boundary line, does it?
You're right, absolutely, but we didn't.
We
weren't aware of.
Permit to put the pickleball court in, did you?
Didn't know that was necessary, sir.
The last question, if we could allow her to answer each question, that would be appreciated.
Sure. Let's for both Mr. Burke and Ms. Raleigh. Ms. Raleigh, please let him finish his question before answering, and Mr. Burke, vice versa. Thanks.
Thank you.
So was there a question that you wanted answered there, Mr. Burke? If you could restate that.
Did you get a permit from the city of Cincinnati to install the pickleball court?
No, sir, I didn't know that was necessary. I did not know that was necessary. It was not in anybody's.
You do know now that a permit was required, don't you?
Yes, and I believe Steve Gooden did call Beth Johnson, and she told him, let's not worry about that right now. So. Yeah, I don't, this is really relevant to what we're talking about here.
We tend to agree, Mr. Starkey.
Wait a minute. You put in the brief that they're operating entirely within the zoning.
Their use is entirely in compliance with the zoning, which is what is at issue in this hearing. So I agree with them that this pickleball court, whether it is or is not over their property line, really has no bearing on this case. Plus, you've already gotten the testimony you're looking for that she says if it is there, we're unaware of it, and it is what it is.
It demonstrates that the statement in your brief that she's entirely in compliance with zoning is not accurate.
You've made your point.
So I'll overrule the objection. Mr. Burke, I will say that there is more to this point. Let's explore that. Otherwise, we can move on.
I'll move on. Page 7 of the brief acknowledges that the event center weddings frequently have alcohol. Indeed, I think you've accepted the fact that since Cincinnati Preservation and its Crosley Holdings has operated on the property, there have been over 1,000 weddings there. You're aware? Do you agree with that?
That's the number. That's the number. I know that this year they have 75 weddings scheduled.
And you've testified, I believe, that the weddings with alcohol have not caused a problem for Maddie's house.
Well, excuse me, sir, but they don't sell alcohol. They don't sell wine. They don't sell beer. But a bar sells wine, sells beer, and sells liquor. It's two different things. And it's two different alcoholic permits.
And in fact, Maddie's house has used Pinecroft for numerous different events, correct?
We pay them for that. Yes.
So when the camping program and I forget the name of the witness who talked about that, when that utilized Pinecroft, that was paid for?
It was not camping, sir. It was a summer camp, and it went from 9 o'clock till 3:30 in the afternoon. It was not. There was no overnight stays. It was not camping. It was called Spark. It was a high school program, and the kids came from 9 to 3:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, I apologize for misusing the word camping. It was described as a summer camp program. I agree. Did you pay for that?
Yeah, we paid for the food that Pinecroft charged us.
And when you enter Pinecroft and in the room where that program went on, isn't it true that there is a bar that's visible from there?
No, it is completely, they cover it up. You do not see the bar. Everything is completely covered up. You would never know that there was a bar in that room. Completely covered up.
And Maddie's house just recently, I think in August, hosted an event in Pinecroft with the Coleraine Chamber of Commerce, correct?
Yeah, and we paid for that. We paid Delight More for that event.
And
I have the receipt.
And alcohol was served at that event, was it not?
Yes, it was. It was it was the Coleraine Chamber of Commerce. Apparently, they asked that different people post things, and they said, "Well, we'd like Maddie's House to host it at Pinecroft because we'd love to see it." So I called their event manager and I booked the day and I paid for the event, just like any other event that comes up to Pinecroft. I paid for it.
And some of those guests that night were outside drinking, weren't they?
No. It was completely in the front foyer, and it was completely in the study, the library. Not of my recollection, if they were.
I don't know whether you try and show you this picture. They did post on Facebook, didn't they, about this event afterwards?
Well, that is
Submission of this, Your Honor. We haven't seen it yet, just as Mr. Burke objected to the letter, except that here it's going to material to the testimony, apparently.
Yeah, Mr. Burke, do you have a response to the objection?
I guess the same response that was used against me when I objected. All I'm showing her is one of the pictures that was on Facebook. I gather it was posted by the Coleraine Chamber of Commerce. Do you see
on
the
Facebook?
picture?
We don't know. No one's authenticated it. We haven't seen it
Then
before this
I'm going-
brief. And it's not just reading. It's not someone's testimony. It's the argument of counsel. He's trying to submit evidence.
Yeah. Mr. Burke, is there anything you can do to authenticate this, or?
I can show her the picture and ask her to identify the people in the picture if she can recognize any of them.
I'll allow that question. Ms. Raleigh, if you can answer that question, please go ahead.
can you please repeat the question?
Do you agree that these are some of the guests who were at that meeting of the Coleraine Chamber of Commerce?
Number one, I don't know if it's real. These are guests that I don't know. They're part of the Chamber of Commerce. We simply were the host of the event. They asked us to host us, and no one were walking around the grounds or going anywhere except right on the Pinecroft property. We did not invite the guests. Chamber of Commerce invited the guests.
The brief at page 7 indicates that the location of the restaurant and bar that's proposed would be, quote, much closer proximity, paren, an eye shot, close paren, of Maddie's house. Do you recall seeing that language in the brief?
Ms. Raleigh?
Oh, you're asking
Did you
me
hear
what? Oh, no, I thought he was asking Kit. What was the question, sir?
On page 7 of the brief, it stated that the area where the restaurant and bar is proposed will, quote, be much closer proximity, paren, an eye shot, close paren, of Maddie's house. And I asked, do you recall seeing that language in the brief?
Yes, and if you went outside to our frontage and we stood on the edge, we would be able to hear and see a rooftop bar where I'm understanding that it's going to be built.
Ma'am, I'm trying to ask questions and I'm trying to get through this as quickly as we can. And I'd appreciate it if you answer the questions. And then if your counsel wants to redirect and ask additional questions, that's fine. But let me ask my questions.
I think she answered the question for the record, and I instruct the witness to keep answering the questions as the manner she has.
Yeah, I don't think we can put restraints. I mean, she does need to answer the question if she knows the answer, but I don't think we can put restraints on how she answers the question, Mr. Burke.
You heard the testimony of the architect today at the distances from where the restaurant and bar will be as compared to the distance between Maddie's house in Pinecroft and Maddie's house on the restaurant, correct?
Yes, I did hear.
You heard that the restaurant bar will be only 17 feet closer to Maddie's house that mansion house is. Didn't you hear that?
Yes, sir. I heard that.
And let me try and wrap this up. The bottom line is what you want is the entire property that currently is controlled by Cincinnati Preservation Association, correct?
I would love to have the chance to purchase it. I would absolutely. I
And your
told you.
position here today is because you hope that the denial of this application will make that possible. Isn't that correct?
No, no. I'm just stating facts. I'm telling the truth. You're asking me questions and I'm telling you exactly what I know.
I have no other questions of this witness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Houston, did you want to do any redirect?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Raleigh, for your testimony and your time here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Houston, did you have another witness you want to call?
Briefly, hopefully, is Sherry Reynolds available? She in the room?
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Hi, Ms. Reynolds. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing well. And you're sworn in, correct?
I am sworn in, and my name is Sherry Reynolds. I'm with Caldwell Banker, and I was the realtor who submitted the offers for Maddie's
Okay.
house.
Can you just briefly walk us through the offer history from Maddie's house perspective, meaning the offers they made on the Pinecroft estate, Crosley estate?
Yes. The first offer we made, Maddie's house was actually having a little luncheon, and we had given an invite to the board of the Cincinnati Preservation Society so they could see the mission here at Maddie's house. We were told that they were not going to come and that we should stay in our lane. So we submitted an offer on the approved contract for the MLS for Cincinnati. We submitted that at 1.7 million with a escalation clause up to 2 million in $10,000 increments with inspections. I had agreed to forego, whatever the wording was, contribute my commission, however it needed to be done in support of Maddie's house, so I was not going to take a commission in order to help the sale. This was submitted on, I believe, the 13th of September. Before that, I'd actually received a notification from their listing agent saying they had other offers and that he suggested that the offer that I submitted was a full price offer with some other stipulations. We submitted our offer as we had it, and I will say in regard to the donations that I was made aware of a few confidential donations that were fairly large. I believe there was one in the amount of $250,000 in support of purchasing the estate to help Maddie's purpose grow. The counter offer came back and it was higher. I have permission from Julie to say what their offer was. I don't necessarily want to say 100% what their counter was. I can tell you that it was a lot higher. It involved, as somebody already said, I will confirm, a board seat on Maddie's house and a lot of other intrusive information. And then in taking the commission that I had donated, and I will say I am also an angel mom. I lost my son, and this was done in his honor. And they decided not to give any commission. They said, we're just going to wipe that out. That offer, the counter came back. We did not take it, and we were told they had another offer. I guess that fell through. So a month later, October 21st, actually a year today, we submitted a second offer. They still had nothing on the books. When I'm a real estate agent, if something's been sitting on the market, to me it's negotiable. And they had not accepted one, so we submitted a lesser offer. And at 1.6, which was still a fairly nice offer, and I believe we were offering cash. And I was told that because our offer was less than our first offer, they're not even going to respond to it.
And that was the end of the negotiations between the two parties from your perspective?
One other call from their agent said their concern was that Maddie's was going to destroy the historic preservation of the estate by doing remodeling and things like that, and they suggested that we write a letter stating that we weren't going to do that, and I believe that's what Julie did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
You, Mr. Burke?
No questions.
Okay. Great. Mr. Houston, any other witnesses you'd like to call?
No, sir, those are all the witnesses.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Like a brief rebuttal?
Yeah, that's what I was going to move to. Does anyone need a break before we get into rebuttal?
I certainly wouldn't object to one.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing. That was in the offer. I'm sorry, we did submit a letter, and they do have a copy of that. Is that okay? Can I?
Yeah.
Okay. In the offer letter, I always do like a cover sheet, and in there I did state what Maddie's purpose was for the property. I stated how they wanted to do a mental health campus here, how they wanted to take everything and make it a facility for mental health. I guess they weren't interested in that. I forget what else I was going to say on that, but that was pretty much what I told them, what their purpose was here, and that the other thing was the tenant that was there was willing to stay on if Maddie's house was awarded the contract. So no variances were needed, no zoning changes were needed, and I think that they have demonstrated that they have beautified this property over the years, and I personally have led a grief support session down by the lake, which was very healing for a lot of kids, and it would be a shame if we weren't able to do that again. That's it.
Mr. Burke, any questions based on that?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I think it sounds like maybe a quick break would be appreciated. So let's go ahead. It's 2:40. Is 10 minutes sound reasonable to everybody? Okay. Let's do another 10-minute break. We'll come back here at 2:50. I would like to try to finish this hearing today, but I've been, pretty liberal about the amount of time I've given people, so I won't put any limit on rebuttal, but depending on how that goes, I may put some time limits on closing arguments, which we will move into directly after Mr. Burke's rebuttal. Thank you,
Purposes.
everyone.
I anticipate that our rebuttal will be brief.
Okay, thank you. Sounds good. See everyone back here at 2:50. All right, folks, let's go ahead and start to get back into the room here. Give everyone just another minute. All right. Mr. Burke, are you ready to proceed on rebuttal? Sorry, could you say that again?
Yes, ready to proceed on rebuttal.
All right, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
I first call Beth Johnson. Beth, you heard the testimony from Ms. Raleigh about the pond. Do you have any response to that?
Yes, when we had the discussion in my office, they had asked about cutting down honeysuckle. And I had said, yes, that they were able to cut down honeysuckle. That was the responsibility of our current tenant, the Lightmore. Per our operating agreement, they are to maintain all of the landscaping. And so the overgrowth was due to their lack of cutting down the honeysuckle. I told her that they would be able to maintain it and that they would be able to use the pond lake for fishing. I never agreed to a fountain. And I also said that this agreement was only as long as Cincinnati Preservation owned the property.
And you also heard testimony about the summer camp.
Yes.
Were you ever on the property during the summer camp program?
Yes, I actually happened to be there and I was taking some pictures and also meeting a contractor out on the property. And I saw all the tables set up throughout the property and I asked Delightmore what it was. They informed me that it was a camp for Maddie's house. And when I was there, the bar was visible.
And what is your understanding as to the status of Lightmore, the current tenant?
Delightmore is currently starting the move out process. They have sold their tent and they have stated they are not interested in continuing on at the property.
I have no other questions for Beth.
Mr. Houston, any questions?
No questions.
Okay.
Give us a second here for Chris and Beth to swap seats. Chris, you've had a lot of comments being made about no communication, no sit down with Maddie's house. How do you respond to that?
We communicated and emailed Maddie's house that we are potential buyers. Beth introduced us through an email. We did communicate multiple times before that. We never responded, but the first response we got is after Beth introduced us. We went to the Maddie's house. They showed us the house. They actually ate lunch there. Talked to them and told them about the plans. That was accurate. After that, we told them as soon as we get the plans and we're going to submit to the city, we'll send you because you were interested in what's going on in the project, which we exactly did through email. We received communication from their counsel, Steve Gooden, that we want to get on a call. We did get on a call. Both Steve and Julie were on the call. They said we were hearing about the plans. We want to hear about from the plans from you. So Reshma and I explained them the plans. They said we don't have any further questions. If we do, we will communicate back to you. And after that, even though they have information, their email, they never communicated with us with any issues, with any concerns. The next time we saw or have any communication from them was the community conversations that we hosted at Mount Airy School is the first time we heard directly from Julie. And after that on the news. So the part about open communication that was testified was, I don't think is accurate. We were always open about communication. We posted and told everybody, this is our email address, this is our phone number. We are open to talk and discuss every part of the plan because that we want people to know what's going on. So I just want to make sure that is conveyed.
And Chris, with regard to ensuring access from Kipling to Maddie's house, would you be agreeable to, if this project is approved, would you be agreeable to a condition that requires that Maddie's house can use the main drive back to the hospital and be assured that they can take the right-hand turn onto your property, but what would be your property at that point, that takes them directly to Maddie's house and their 13 parking spaces?
Yes, absolutely.
No other questions?
Mr. Houston, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Burke, any other
Nope.
rebuttal witnesses?
No further rebuttal.
Okay. All right. I think we can move into closing arguments then. Is there a particular time that either party would like to agree on for these? Or anticipate that they will need for their closing arguments?
I think I can do my closing argument in about 5 minutes.
It's the same number in my head, so
Okay.
I think that works.
All right, I'll just
I won't dock Mr. Burke though if he needs 7, and hopefully he wouldn't dock me either.
sure.
It's
Yeah,
a deal,
I'll leave it
yeah.
open. I'll leave it open-ended, guys. Mr. Houston, you can proceed whenever you're ready. And
Okay.
Mr. Burke will get the final word.
So the testimony's established, the use here is just repugnant to the district. We have an IR district that's surrounded by residential, and we're trying to insert a dense commercial use that, in fact, isn't even allowed in all the commercial districts in Cincinnati. It's authorized in downtown districts. Our council found a few mistakes in our brief about the pickleball court that we were unaware of. I don't think it's really germane to this matter. The truth of the matter is the current use on the property is consistent with and doesn't interfere with neighboring properties' uses. All we've heard today from neighbors is opposition, to my recollection, including the 2 adjacent neighbors, Maddie's house and Glenwood Behavioral. These improvements along the pond, whether they be around the pond, behind the pond, or however we want to describe that, they're adjacent to the pond. They're within an eye shot of Maddie's house. For residents there or guests would be free to consume alcohol. Marijuana is in fact legal in Ohio. They'd be free to consume marijuana. It's a detriment to Maddie's house and Glenwood Behavioral, which is an exact element of the code that this body should consider. We have also established that the property can be put to a commercially viable use in its existing zoning. In fact, we could get rid of the current variance and go back to the IR zoning, and Maddie's house could use it in its current condition. Now, we're not trying to force a sale to Maddie's house if that's not what the CPA wants to do, but the point is, we have shown that it can be used without a variance, yet another element of the code. The variance request does not stem from a condition that's unique to the property. There's nothing, the fact that it's a historic structure does not prohibit it in any way. Likewise, the restrictions in title were known to CPA and both the applicant before making this application, meaning they created the hardship if there is a hardship at all. I think we've established that there's not a hardship because the property can be put to an economically viable use without this variance request. Again, the variance will adversely affect the adjacent neighbors, and we've seen a ton of community involvement and opposition to the variance request, and I think that should be considered by this body. As to whether the variance will be consistent with the zoning code and is not contrary to the spirit of the code, we would argue it's just that. These zoning districts, there's a lot of planning that goes into the placement of these zoning districts. And the fact that the commercial district is so far away from this IR district and the surrounding residential districts just goes to show that this variance request, which would really be a rezoning of the property, which would probably be more appropriate in a legislative action rather than this quasi-judicial action, would result in placing a downtown district right in the middle of a residential, an IR district predominantly surrounded by residential districts. It just does not comply with the code, is not in the spirit and intent of the code. The variance is also not the minimum relief granted to the applicant, as they've already been granted one variance. And we have shown today that even if that variance were to stay in place, it could be continued to be used by Maddie's House if it were to buy the property. But that doesn't have to, again, it doesn't have to be sold to Maddie's House. Anyone can come in and buy this property. We've just shown that it can be put to an economically viable use without this variance request. So for those reasons, we would ask that this body deny the variance request in total. And to the extent it's not willing to do that, anything it can do to mitigate the alcohol in these cabins along this lake that are in direct eye shot of Maddie's house would be appreciated. But again, we believe that all of the elements have been met for this to be denied. Thank you.
And I will attempt to be equally brief.
Sure.
What you heard early on, several hours ago now, was very articulate testimony by Beth about the difficulty of maintaining a large historic property and just how expensive that can be. And she provided strong documentation of that, presenting the NIR study of the $450,000 or so that has to be spent just in the next 3 years to keep up the infrastructure in the main building. And you saw the profit and loss statement that she documented and no one challenged, that demonstrated that without a donation from other sources, they had a substantial loss over the period of time that they've actually owned the property. Beth also carefully walked through in the application that she assisted in putting together why the uses contained in the zoning code as it now stands on that property are simply not sufficient to provide the economic justification for the property to be successfully maintained. And that's precisely why she is back just 2 years later, after having obtained the one extension, asking for a broader extension that is not so terribly different than the use of the property is today. The real difference is that, yeah, there'll be a hotel, a small restaurant, a small bar, and 10 cabins that will be a football field and a half away from Maddie's house, on the opposite side of the lake from Maddie's house, and still within a largely wooded area. There's a great deal said today where I think we can all agree that Maddie's house does great work, but they did a huge deal of damage deliberately today in the accusations they were making against the future occupants of the property. Why should we assume that future occupants of the property are going to be violating the liquor laws or the drug laws on that property? There's just no justifications for those comments. A terribly unfair effort, but that was organized by Maddie's house. And maybe they had good intentions for why they were doing that, but it was terribly unfair. I'd make one other point about the brief filed by the Taft firm. They make the claim that this change, if accepted, would constitute spot zoning. Spot zoning applies to small pieces of property. The piece of property that Cincinnati Preservation through Crosley Holdings now owns is just shy of 20 acres in size. No court has held a piece of property that size to be spot zoning. It's just not accurate. And critically, I think what's important is the very clear and very strong testimony you heard from both the Mount Airy Town Council and Mount Airy CURE, the Community Urban Redevelopment Enterprise. Both of them substantially supporting the proposed application for the betterment of all of Mount Airy. And I agree, there has to be ways that this can be worked out. It's not intended to damage Maddie's house by any stretch of the imagination. Maddie's house just simply assumes that it strengthens their argument that they want to buy the property to claim that a small hotel, and it is a small hotel, small restaurant, small bar, and those 10 cabins will somehow destroy all the good things that Maddie's house is doing. It's just not true, and there's no real justification for it. And I'd make this final point. What really is being asked for here is no difference than what Beth asked for 2 years ago when the use variance, making it clear that an event center was permitted on the property. What's proposed now is not significantly different from that. And we believe for all of the reasons that the use variance was approved in 2023, that the use variance that has been applied for, and we've spent the last 5 hours discussing, should be approved. I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In fact, thank you, Mr. Burke and Mr. Housen and everyone else that participated here today. Really appreciate everyone's time and testimony and arguments. So we will leave it at that. I have a lot of information and a lot of testimony to review. And so I am not going to make a decision today. I need to take some time to review all of the evidence and the arguments and the briefs and the letters before I make an official decision. I mentioned at the beginning that typically takes about 2 weeks. I anticipate, just based on the volume and the length of the hearing, that it may extend past 2 weeks. And so I just wanted to prepare everyone for that. I will be working diligently to get an answer on this and a decision out as quickly as I possibly can. I know that everyone is anxious for some finality on this issue. And so as soon as I finish that decision, I will put that decision in writing and I will email it to both attorneys and to everyone else who's participated in the hearing or shared written correspondence where I have email and contact information. You all will see that decision really just moments after it's complete. I will say that I'm happy to answer any procedural questions that come up for folks or give someone an update on the decision. If you want to see where I'm at with that, if you haven't seen it yet, please feel free to reach out with those type of questions. However, I cannot take in any new testimony or evidence at this time. The hearing is now closed. I find that often folks will think of something they wish they would have said during this hearing after the hearing is over. Sometimes folks will try to send those statements in. I cannot consider them and won't consider them or read them if those type of questions come in. So or statements come in. Any questions now about anything that's happened or any next steps from anyone? Okay, great. Well, thank you all again. I will, again, you'll be hearing. Okay, sure.
Hi, I'm Patty Brunst. Who makes the final decision, you or a combination of the board?
So it's just me as the zoning hearing examiner makes the final decision. I was going to mention that all of my decision, whether it's approved or not approved, is appealable to the Zoning Board of Appeals within 30 days of the date of that decision. And so that is an option for all of our participants. Any other questions?
Yes, were you sent a copy of the petition that was circulated on this matter?
Will I send a copy of it?
Were you sent a copy?
Mr. Sturkey, I believe you were in some form. I sent you something that was passed on to me. I don't know if it was a complete petition, but you were provided with a copy of the current signatures and a link and one of the emails I sent you last Friday.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Okay, great. Well, thanks again, everyone. Hope everyone has a great day. Thanks again for your time, and we are adjourned.